Nice to see you today. So, Wayne, I understand that you have been making the circuit with Rita Daniels, who was one of the only living descendants in the family of Harriet Tubman, because of this national news story in which the federal government decided to erase the story of Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad from the National Park Service website. Her story, Harriet Tubman's story, was on someplace else, but it was also on the National Parks website. And many, many people were so offended at this, do we want to call it a whitewashing of history? Is that what we want to call it? And the removal of Harriet Tubman, who is such an important part of our American history. So apparently, were you just on TV or radio elsewhere talking about this?
Well, what happens is it's a pretty big story.
Yeah, it is.
Look, back even before the election, we were talking about states erasing Black history before it even got to be the whole DEI.
You mean like in Florida?
In Florida in particular.
Yeah.
Where they basically said anything that offends, white children should not be taught in our schools. And they actually had some movement at the state education level to deal with that. So as moving forward, where there's people in power who seem to believe that, you have first Jackie Robinson was removed, quote, with the DEI. Now, I don't even know why they have to touch these people, because they are in and of itself. I mean, we did grow up in a society where there was differences, that we weren't treated all the same. So it's a triumph what he did. Then you had the Tuskegee Airmen.
Jackie Robinson is one of the iconic stories of the 20th century, full stop, not just in sports, but individual courage. I mean, everybody knows that.
Absolutely. Why would you remove his name? Why would you remove the Tuskegee Airmen, who, again, had one of the greatest flight records and awards in American history? And now you get to Harriet Tubman, quote, DEI. And DEI, as we interpret it today, these days, obviously, is incompetence. So the administration decided to remove her name from the park registries. There's a couple of them, including the one up in Auburn, where Rita's family was, et cetera. So the crazy part was that you're going again through this process of saying, like, why, out of all of the things that you have to deal with, why would you be dealing with that to begin with? So she was pretty upset. TMZ reached out to us. Yes, and
TMZ, they're always on the pulse of every story.
Yes, and they reached out and said, hey, how do you guys feel about this? And she was pretty shocked. I have a statement that I'll read to you later. I have to pull it up for you. And a show from Chicago reached out as well. We're in a very dangerous time in this country when you're removing things that people have achieved that actually make you feel good about America. I think any one of these stories says where we were and where we're going. When you remove that and you go, well, it's kind of shameful that these things happen. They seem to.
Are we going to see you on TMZ tonight? Is that what you're saying?
No, they did do the story with Rita.
Of course they did it with Rita. No offense, Wayne. You're not Rita.
No, I won't be on there.
No, of course you're not. But why were you on with Rita altogether? Like, why you?
Well, I'm her manager, so they send me everything.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so.
How did I not know that? I mean, I know you're on the board of her organization. I know you're friends. I didn't know you were her manager.
Oh, yeah. They send us so much stuff, and we have to go what makes sense to do. And
TMZ definitely makes sense to do.
Yes.
So what was Rita's point of view?
She was appalled. She was shocked.
Yeah.
And
but due to the hue and the outcry, they have reinstated. I mean, that's the story. They came back.
Yeah, it came back, but with some changes.
Really?
Oh, yeah. They were like, Black people, we were enslaved people. We weren't enslaved people. We basically were enslaved workers. Like, we got a check.
I don't understand.
Well, they're trying to say it wasn't really slavery. Remember
they called you enslaved workers instead of enslaved people?
Yes. So that says, remember, this guidelines going around said slavery, we benefited from slavery. Remember that story? We did it. We benefited from it. Look at the things we did.
Please, I can't.
And they changed it. When they put it back, they had those changes in it. Okay. Now, if this is not erasing Black history, the slavery, the ugliness of it, what are you guys talking? I'm like, were we born yesterday? But see, for the future, you have young people.
Of course.
Who won't know the difference.
That, I'm aware.
That's part of that whole thing.
I'm aware.
And I know your experience,
I'm very
as a community.
I'm very aware as a Jew how important it is to tell the truth about your history.
And that is how dangerous and how stupid that this is. And I'm saying it's stupid because it only reflects upon where they're going and what they're thinking, man. It's like you can't erase what happened. When something bad happens, aren't we all taught that you speak to it, you deal with it, and then you correct it? It took long enough to get to this point where we are in 2025. And one of Rita's statements was, we're not going back, because there's people who are okay with that. They would have no problem it being there. Not the majority. I think the majority of our listeners are right on board with us. But there are people in power up there who think differently. And you don't take down a whole registry. They've already eliminated over 6,000 images of women, same thing in the same boat, that have been a part of breaking through this ceiling that we had that was dominated by white males. It is what it is. And you just have people in government that believe that's necessary because that's the kind of America that they want.
So let's bring it home. We have two stories today about DEI. One of the big headlines is that locally, Charlene Russell Tucker, who was our leader in the Department of Education in Connecticut, saying that school districts have longer than the Trump administration might have had them believe they had in order to comply with the new edict coming from the Trump administration that wants to get rid of DEI in schools as a condition of making sure that they still get their federal financing. And so let me just see if I can find that, because I know it's here, right? Melissa, the whole article is here. So here we go. Hold on. Connecticut education official tells schools they have more time to comply with Trump DEI order. In an April 3rd memo, the U.S. Department of Education, U.S., gave states and schools 10 days to sign and return a certification assuring compliance with the Education Department's interpretation of federal civil rights law, including the rejection of DEI practices that the Trump administration says are discriminatory as a result of receiving federal funding. But the federal Education Department is extending the date for states to collect and return to April 24th. So it's no longer going to be the original date of the 13th. It is now the 24th. Some states have fired back against the memo. In Minnesota and New York, state leaders have told the Trump administration they're not going to comply with it at all. And education chiefs in California, as well as Vermont here in the Northeast, have told schools they do not need to respond. But so far, Connecticut's response has been limited. Russell Tucker telling superintendents that the State Department of Education has carefully reviewed the requested certification, and we are in the process of formulating an appropriate response. So that's what's happening with that, Wayne. 203-333-9422. In February, the Education Department's Office for Civil Rights warned all education institutions receiving federal funds that using race as a factor in admissions, financial aid, hiring, training, and other institutional programming that may fall under DEI would be grounds for losing federal dollars. And they threatened to withhold Title I funding, which supports districts with high percentages of children with low-income families, if schools do not comply with anti-discrimination obligations. So there it is. So that's how it's happening here in Connecticut, which is to say the state of Connecticut has not yet formulated a response, but school districts have longer to comply.
Sounds like blackmail, so to speak. You do what I say, or we remove your money. When did we become... Well, the terminology meritocracy.
Well, I don't know if it's blackmail. They're saying that they look at civil rights law differently than prior administrations. And they're saying that civil rights law, the way they read it, says that constantly asserting race as a factor in hiring is wrong and was always wrong. And therefore, they don't want it to be true anymore. They don't want that to be part and parcel of how people decide who should be a teacher or an administrator.
Well, I don't think anyone makes that decision, and if they are, they would be wrong to do so.
But they have in recent years used race as a factor. Of course they have.
Okay. That dynamic is, if you're in a predominantly black school system, you would think that you would want to see some black school teachers.
Naturally.
Okay.
We would hope so. Actually, the studies show that it's better for the children to have more models, right?
Exactly.
Right.
And if I'm in a
sense.
classroom full of white teachers or school full of white, nothing wrong with that. But my child's black. I mean, I would like to see some connection. There is something that is valid with that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even for females, girls have with other girls.
Whatever.
Same thing with men.
I mean, it isn't always necessarily true, but definitely I would think that it's another criteria.
Because race matters in this country. We can't have a country that was built on it, literally, and says we're going to use slavery to build the country. Say that these people are not human. They're not entitled to the same benefits that we're giving the white people at the time. And then years later say, you know what, forget about all that. We have an equal society. There's lawsuits all over the country, EEOC. You know, all of these things are real. You have people.
Let me ask you something, Wayne. Is there ever going to be a time, because this country was founded on slavery, is there ever going to be a time where people in the black community that came from the enslaved people feel like race isn't and doesn't have to always be a factor in society?
I think as long as you have people who have idiosyncrasies, let's face it, we have people have problem with gays. We have people have problems with mixed relationships, quote, black and Asian, etc., or white and Asian. There's something about white supremacy. That's what that all falls under.
But not every American's a white supremacist,
no,
Wayne.
I'm not. See, that's the problem. It isn't that every white person is white supremacist. However, they exist and they influence in different places. And that's what the challenge is, being able to implement those problems. There are people who can have a bias, and you can go on and buy it, and they just don't like it. But if they have the ability to not hire you, which is historic, the Civil Rights Act, what we're talking about, that's why they had to have the Civil Rights Act. That's why if we didn't have that, it wasn't happening. They were not treating us the same, and that's why we had to have that Civil Rights Act from the government.
Anthony from Westport, you're on the air. We're chatting with Wayne Winston. You know what we do on Wednesdays. We mix it up because the world is not just black and white, but black and white is important as well. So, Anthony, hi. What have you got to say today? Hello.
When I was in elementary school in the late 60s, I lived in a neighborhood in Westport with Jewish people, Italian people, Irish people. All was well. Well, a family moved in. The woman appeared to be white. The man was black. The children were black. And it was horrendous. People wrote on their fence, and go home. All these horrible things. They had to move. This is the late 60s. They had to move. I think we're taking backward steps to that kind of belief and behavior, and I think it's atrocious.
Thank you, Anthony, for the call. Go ahead,
Thank you, Anthony. I think you put it right there exactly what we're saying. Those people exist. And quite frankly, white supremacist groups exist, and they label themselves as that. And you look at their bylaws, their backgrounds, you could search them on Google, they tell you what they're about. They believe in racial separation, etc.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
A sunny sky through this afternoon with a high in the upper 40s. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's April 9th. On this day in 1970, Paul McCartney announces the official end of the Beatles. In 1998, The Price is Right aired its milestone 5,000th episode. Every prize given away in that episode was a new car. In 2005, Prince Charles married Camilla Bowles Parker, a significant moment in the British royal family's history. And the #1 TV show on this day, Dancing with the Stars, featuring born and raised Greenwich resident Tom Bergeron as the original host. April 9th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump has just made a stunning announcement that he's increasing tariffs on China. CBS's Ramy Inocencio.
China said that it would fight to the end, and it is making good on that threat. An all-out trade war between the world's two biggest economies.
Linda Kenyon at the White House reports other countries got lucky.
The president is calling it a pause, and it affects reciprocal tariffs for all trading partners except China. In a post on Truth Social, Trump wrote, quoting here, "Based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I am hereby raising the tariff charged to China by the United States of America to 125% effective immediately."
The Dow is up 2,600 points. Correspondent Jim Krasula reports on more business worries because of the tariffs.
Brad Wasserstrom is president of a Columbus, Ohio food service and supply company that's been family-owned for 120 years. He says the company is already seeing price increases from its suppliers, as well as orders being postponed or canceled because of new tariffs.
I understand we have not been treated fairly, but the notion of we're going to put in a tariff and in very short term, all this industry is going to come racing back, I don't see it.
Wasserstrom gets many of the items he sells to restaurants from dozens of foreign suppliers, with China, Mexico, and Canada being the main three. Jim Krasula, CBS News.
So what does this mean for the financial markets? CBS's Jill Schlesinger's watching.
Just this morning, Walmart said, we're not going to give you any estimates of what we think is going to happen next because we have no idea. And Jerome Powell has no idea. So we've got to wait for data to come out.
The Treasury Department has hit Iran's nuclear program with more sanctions ahead of a weekend meeting between U.S. and Iranian officials. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is holding talks today with the Saudi foreign minister, as Weijia Jiang reports.
This meeting between Rubio and Saudi officials could be partly to strategize, to talk about how we can get this back on track, which is a very important goal for the president.
Tehran continues to insist the weekend talks in Oman will be indirect negotiations through a mediator. The death toll from the collapse of a nightclub's roof in the Dominican Republic now at 124. But Christian Benavidez reports they're still looking for others.
There is a frantic search for survivors. That search has been ongoing for over 24 hours. It has not stopped. Part of that search is using big machinery such as these cranes that are right here.
And checking the numbers on Wall Street again after the president's announcement, the Dow Jones Industrials are currently up 2,555 points. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. Why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They are draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, you're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WINNING for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code WINNING. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WINNING for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code WINNING.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The family of a man shot and killed by Bridgeport police last week claims he was holding a vape pen when he was shot, not a gun. Police say Deshaun Best pulled a gun before he was shot in the back by a city officer, and he later died at the hospital. The victim's friend, Matthew Purdy, was driving the vehicle Best exited and spoke with WTNH-TV News 8.
I'm telling the officer, he don't got no gun. He's trying to convince me that's why he's running. No.
Best's niece, Tatiana Barrett, also spoke with News 8.
In my mind, I think he was inebriated. He had a gallon of Remy.
Police reported soon after the shooting that a handgun was found next to Best's body after he was shot, but a lawyer for the Best family disputes that claim. Attorney Darnell Crosland was scheduled to release new evidence in the case at 1 p.m. today. In a related story, a friend of that man is charged with threatening city police. Joe Thompson is accused of posting on social media that, quote, someone should die with a badge on in response to the killing of Deshaun Best. He also posted a picture of the officer who was shot and killed during a foot pursuit. Thompson was arrested Monday night and charged with second-degree threatening and inciting injury towards persons. And 7 Walgreens pharmacy locations in Connecticut will permanently close between April 21st and May 22nd. The company said while the decision to close is never easy, increased regulatory and reimbursement pressures make it difficult to cover the costs of rent, staffing, and supply needs. NBC Connecticut reported the closing pharmacies are in Milford, Waterbury, Middletown, New Britain, East Hartford, New Milford, and East Haven. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 10 and 9. And on 95 south, you have construction over the Q Bridge and again in West Haven into exit 43. Left lane is out. On the Merritt Parkway northbound construction from Black Rock going up to exit 47. Right lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt southbound construction, exit 53 down to Route 8. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more road work. Exit 59 going through the tunnel into Hampton. And on 91 northbound, road work there starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound construction, exits 2 and 3. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So did the tough guy just blink? Huh? Did Donald John Trump, the 45th and 47th president of the U.S., did the Trump White House just blink? Yes. You think that they got to him? As a friend of mine said here at the Connoisseur offices, he said, you think they got to him? I said, yeah, maybe. You look up at the stock market indicators now, they are rocketing, man. They were red this morning, and maybe the Trump team, maybe Trump himself said, oof, I got to slow this thing down. Because the Dow was down earlier today, and I'm looking at the numbers going, oof, here we go again. And then all of a sudden now, everybody, I'm watching all the cable news channels. There's green here, green up arrows, green up triangles. Everything looks good now. Everybody's happy. CNN showing that big board. Looks like a big video game of everything's green. It's green all over the place. Did Trump blink? Is he now worried about his handling of the economy? There's a new Quinnipiac poll that says his numbers on the economy are not real good. And how did he get elected? The immigration situation and the economy. Did Donald Trump blink? Now, of course, he's never going to say that. But a lot of people are probably going, I don't care if he blinked or not. This was a good blink. This from NBC. President Trump says he is pausing those tariffs for 90 days on 75 trading partners who have not retaliated against the tariff regime that accelerated after midnight Wednesday. So that's how they're couching it. Well, we're pausing these tariffs on 75 specific trade partners who didn't retaliate against us. Okay. Trump in a post on X just before 1:30. So this happened within the last 45 minutes. This is happening in real time here. He said the move was based on the fact that these countries had called in to, quote, discuss the issues that Trump had raised regarding the alleged trade barriers with the U.S. You think? Now, those countries, at least, what was the number here, 75 of them, they were facing a 10% duty across the board, what they call a baseline tariff or a reciprocal tariff. But, and you just heard from the top of the hour there on CBS, the tariffs against China, 125%. So what do you think of this? Now, I can imagine you're happy if you're worried about your retirement fund, if you were sweating over your 401k, if you were worried that you were going to lose money that you would never get back again after seeing it do pretty well over the past year or so. But here's the big question that I think is intriguing. Did the guy who associates himself with the art of the deal, did he blink? Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who's played a big role in helping craft those tariffs, said on X that he sat with Trump as he posted the initial message, adding, quote, the world is ready to work with President Trump to fix global trade, and China has chosen the opposite direction. Let's put aside the China thing for a second. Folks, I got to tell you, I think he blinked. I think that they saw the markets down again. I think that maybe Lutnick and his Commerce Secretary and all these business people, I think they probably have a lot of them do outside of his cabinet secretaries. I think a lot of people have about as close to a direct line to him as you could have to anybody in the Oval Office if you're not in the inner circle. And my guess is, and you may disagree with this, 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. Talk or text. You can text also to 333-9422. I think he blinked. I think he folded this time. Now, again, the match isn't over. This is one hand, right? Like that old Kenny Rogers song says, right? You got to know when to hold him and know when to fold him. I think he folded on this time. And now you watch. You watch. You're going to see the other side of the aisle, even here in Connecticut, say, see, he got the message. But what do you think on this? What does your gut tell you? 203-333-9422. That's our number, talk or text. I think he folded. And it's okay. Sometimes folding is good. Sometimes you don't got to hold him, you got to fold him, and that's it. That's it. That's okay. I think they got to him, but whether it was his Treasury people or his Commerce people, and said, we can't get hammered again today on the markets, sir. Mr. President, sir. We can't get hammered again today. And I think, now, look, he's going to couch it as he's the smartest guy in the room, and maybe he is on this. I don't know. We won't know the outcome of this for not months, but years. But I got to tell you, I think he folded on this, or I think he raised the white flag for a while. I see what the guy's trying to do. But you have a lot of people now, including Republicans in Congress, that are getting hammered on this. You got Jim Himes from the 4th District out there. You got Chris Murphy out there saying he doesn't know what he's doing. Chris Murphy, what did he say? He issued a statement yesterday or the day before, says he hasn't. I'll get the exact wording, but maybe that's starting to hit home. Look, it's not a bad thing. Sometimes if you don't have the cards, you just fold them. And you deal a new deck. I think he folded, at least for now. What do you think?
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. If you need anything relating to the trees on your property, then look no further than my friends at K&J Tree Service. For a limited time, they are offering 0% financing options off of all of their services. There are no hidden fees, and they have flexible payment plans as well to make your dream yard a reality. So what are you waiting for? Go to kjtreeservice.com. You can book your free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com, or you could text them for that free assessment, 203-248-TREE.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, celebrating 100 years of a Beats.
A century ago, my grandparents, Frank and Philomena Pepe, opened a small pizzeria on New Haven's Worcester Street. They'd never have imagined the incredible legacy they built. Today, Pepe's is still here, still family-owned, and still Connecticut's old reliable. We celebrate 100 years and invite you to celebrate with us.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria, passionate about pizza for 100 years. Join the celebration at your local Pepe's today.
You are listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes and Retirement event, April 15th or 17th at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click BridgelightAdvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, president of Bridgelight Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at BridgelightAdvisors.com. BridgelightAdvisors.com.
Need the perfect flowers for any occasion? Trust City Line Florist, Trumbull's local florist for 108 years and 4 generations. From birthdays to anniversaries, celebrations to just because, City Line Florist delivers stunning, high-quality flowers, same day, anywhere in the country. Stop by their beautiful gift shop and greenhouse at 2978 Nichols Avenue in Trumbull, or order online at citylineflorist.com. City Line Florist, making life's moments bloom since 1917.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get your second month free for a limited time. You'll get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month. Here's Veronica and Jackie, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
And now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free when they use promo code SECONDFREE. Just call, click, or bring us your bill and see how much you can save. Because when it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and use code SECONDFREE to get a free second month. Real people paid to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 10 and 9. And on 95 south, you have construction over the Q Bridge and again in West Haven into exit 43. Left lane is out. On the Merritt Parkway northbound construction from Black Rock going up to exit 47. Right lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt southbound construction, exit 53 down to Route 8. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more road work. Exit 59 going through the tunnel into Hampton. And on 91 northbound, road work there starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound construction, exits 2 and 3. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, generally fair with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high again near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the Voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
And if you're just dropping by, no tariffs, at least for 90 days. The Trump White House and the president says he's ordered a 90-day pause on new tariffs, except for China. All right, we'll deal with that later. Did he fold here? Did his economic people get to him? Because I know a lot of the hardcore Trump support's going to be, we'll see, he's controlling the situation, which I guess he is. But earlier today, the market was having another lousy day. And just within the last hour, because he apparently sent this message out at 1:30 on X or on Truth Social. Just within the past hour, the Dow was up 7%, so some people made money today or got money back. The S&P is up 8%. I'm looking at these real-time numbers right now. So, look, I think he had a lot of his inner circle telling him, sir, we can't keep heading into the red here. And listen, there are a lot of nervous Republicans in the House and Senate, too. I think for today, Donald John Trump folded. I think he did. Doesn't mean, look, sometimes you live to fight another day. But you got the Dow up 6.5%, S&P 500 is up 7.75%, and the Nasdaq is up almost 10% in 1 hour. Boy, if you bought low on the Nasdaq, good for you. Nasdaq's up almost 1,500 points. I think he folded. Bozzy's with us. Boz, how are you? What's going on?
Good afternoon. So I agree with you. If you want to use the word fold, but I think in Trump's situation, we know he's a businessman, but for the last 10 or plus years, he's been a politician.
Yeah.
So I think sometimes when the guy, you know how I say the movie where you just see the black shoes coming down a hallway and you open up. I think today with Jeff Goldblum, one of those movies.
Yeah.
I think today was one of those kind of days, but people are going to spin it. We know how MSN's going to spin it. We know how Fox is going to spin it.
Sure.
It's going to be whatever.
Yeah.
But I think it could be looked at two ways from people like us. How many times when our dads had the store, did they bring an item in, they thought this, and then we had to discount it or sometimes throw it out.
Throw it away.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've been in business. Sometimes you bring in a cold cut and it just sat there and that was that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I've been in business for 38 years, and being in business, running the country you make decisions.
Yeah,
and you're right.
Sure.
He probably didn't bank on in their polling, internal, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They probably didn't think things were going to tank.
Yeah.
And I think too, Trump. He talked about winning a lot. He talked about that, and he talked about this doesn't factor into the winning a lot. So I think he's looking at a bunch of things. And you know what? If his advisors advised him to make a better decision, isn't that what having a good cabinet is all about?
Well, exactly. And Boz, thank you. I do have to run, but Boz, to your point. I like when he brought up sometimes we'd bring stuff in the store and it wouldn't sell. To that point, something that is uber hot today with a lot of younger folks that we couldn't give away in the store, honest to God, it would gather dust. Nutella. I'm telling you, I can't tell you how many times I've heard over the years, even back then, what is this crap? Real Italians don't eat Nutella. Jose in Shelton. Jose, how are you, sir?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah. What do you got?
I'm just looking at my stock.
Yeah.
They're all in the green, man. Oh, I love Trump.
Yeah.
They're all in the green.
I hope you're buying, Jose. I hope you bought low.
Me and my brother bought this morning.
Did you really?
My brother bought yesterday. He bought $300,000 worth of stocks.
Did he really?
See, I'm not like my brother. He's
wow.
He's in the millionaires row. He
300 large. Well, he better be paying for dinner the next time you two get together.
Yeah,
wow.
He's going to take me out for happy hour at the local restaurant.
He's going to be real happy, huh? Look at that.
How generous of him. I mean, I didn't buy that many, but I would like to say today is a good day for me.
You loved it. Listen, Jose, I don't know
My
about you.
I saw my computer was green from 12 o'clock on.
Jose, listen, you've been in politics
My favorite color is green now.
Listen, you've been in politics. Somebody got to him, right? Somebody in his inner circle said, hey, we can't go through. We can't get hammered anymore, right?
Somebody said, Trump, you're going to lose another 2,000 points today. Just pause the tariffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Jose, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, somebody. And listen, he pulled the trigger, no pun intended. And yeah, look at this. The NASDAQ's up almost 11% now in one day. Boy, if you bought yesterday, oh, God. S&P 500 up 8.5%. Dow up 7%. How about that? Whoever told him to just stop, take a time out, take a breath, or if it was him, good move. Johnny in Stratford. Johnny, hi. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, Paul. Listen, I think this is simple logistics. I think 75 countries came to the table that he needs to negotiate with.
Yeah.
So, okay, 75 days. 75 days, 1 day for each of these countries. He's letting everybody else think about what they're doing while he's doing this.
Maybe he's playing a little power play here, Johnny, right? Saying, all right, I can back off and watch what happens when I do that. Maybe, yeah.
I mean, this is just getting everybody to take a breath. I think this is just good skills with the power that he has. This is simple power play because he holds the card.
Yeah. That's a good point. Johnny, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, you could see that. Maybe I'm using the word maybe the word folding here is not right. Maybe it is. I don't know. What do you think? Is this another, and maybe I'll refine the question here to what our friend Johnny just said. Is this a power play to say, hey, I'm the magnanimous guy. Look what I can do. Look how the markets are back in the green. Or was there too much red ink earlier in the day today, or maybe late yesterday, and somebody got to him?
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 10 and 9. And on 95 south, you have construction over the Q Bridge. And again in West Haven into exit 43. Left lane is out. On the Merritt Parkway northbound construction from Black Rock going up to exit 47. Right lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt southbound construction, exit 53 down to Route 8. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more road work. Exit 59 going through the tunnel into Hampton. And on 91 northbound, road work there starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound construction, exits 2 and 3. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Get to Citi Field when the New York Mets take on the St. Louis Cardinals and the Philadelphia Phillies. The homestand starts with 4 games against the Cardinals, Thursday, April 17th through Sunday, April 20th. The first 15,000 fans at Saturday's game will get a Brandon Nimmo hoodie jersey, courtesy of Invesco QQQ. On Sunday, the first 15,000 fans will receive a Mr. Met Empire State Building bobblehead from Citi. Then the Phillies are in town for 3 games, April 21st through April 23rd. Tickets at Mets.com/tickets.
Columbia Dental's Norwalk office is your go-to family dentist. They offer comprehensive care with general dentists and an oral surgeon. Conveniently located at 91 East Avenue, they're affiliated with the Columbia Implant Center in Manchester, operating 7 days a week, including holidays, to manage any dental emergency. With their in-house digital dental lab, they provide top-tier dental services, including prosthetics, ensuring all your needs are met. For more information, visit columbiadental.com and experience unparalleled dental care.
Inflation is at a 40-year all-time high, and with a recession looming, having an airtight plan is essential. Understanding your plan and how your money is working for you, not against you, is key.
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Tune in to Mastering Your Wealth with David Gagnon every Saturday morning at 8, right here on WICC 600.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. It is another nervous day for Wall Street as a global trade war escalates.
Who's going to blink first? What kind of movement can we expect to see when it comes to these tariffs?
CBS's Kelly O'Grady. As China and the European Union retaliated against President Trump's tariffs, the Chinese measures will hit farmers hard. It's a big market for U.S. agriculture products. Bryant Kage of Kage Farms in Missouri wishes Trump would slow things down.
I just feel like he's being very heavy-handed, a little bit sloppy, maybe, with how some of these things are put into place without a lot of thought and detail.
And Trump has just announced he's raising the China tariffs to 125%. He's also offering other countries a 90-day pause. In Florida, Attorney General Pam Bondi was heralding a recent seizure of illegal drugs.
Almost 45,000 pounds of cocaine.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 2,000. CBS News Brief.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A smoke shop in Westport has been raided approximately a month after police had previously raided it. THC products were again found at Savvy Smoker on the Post Road East in Westport. Pre-rolled marijuana cigarettes, canisters of THC flower, THC resin products, THC vape cartridges, and THC edible products were all found and seized, according to police. The shop was raided because police had received complaints that the shop was selling cannabis illegally as well as selling products to minors, and say the shop continued to sell unlicensed cannabis after the first raid. A man has pleaded guilty to charges related to the 2023 car crash that killed Hartford Police Detective Bobby Garton. Richard Barrington was accused of fleeing a traffic stop and crashing into a police cruiser that was going to another call, killing Garton and seriously injuring his partner. Barrington has pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter and first-degree assault and will be given a preliminary sentence of 20 years. Garton's brother, Will, spoke to WTNH-TV News 8 after Barrington appeared in court to plead guilty.
20 years is not enough time, in my opinion, and that seems to be the cap. I don't envy the judge at all. That's going to have to look out into the courtroom and see police officers and tell the police officers 20 years is all your life is worth.
Will Garton says while the maximum sentence calls for Barrington to serve a 41-year prison term, they were hoping for at least 30. A woman has what are described as, quote, traumatic injuries after a crash on I-95 in Milford yesterday morning. Milford fire officials say they responded to exit 39 northbound approximately 8:30 a.m. Tuesday and found a car that was damaged by a stray tire that flew from another vehicle that was driving southbound. The woman needed to be extricated from the car and was taken to a local hospital in stable condition. A car carrier truck transporting 6 vehicles caught fire in Norwalk early this morning. Fire officials were notified of the truck fire approximately 5:50 this morning on I-95 just before exit 14 southbound. They said the driver of the truck tried to put it out with the fire extinguisher in the cab, but it quickly grew beyond his control. Norwalk fire officials requested a mutual aid pumper and a tanker from Stamford as a precaution. There were no injuries. The father of the 10-year-old former Connecticut boy who was abused to death by his mother is speaking out. Keneal Williams said he and Kimberly Mills, his ex-wife, who was the mother of their son, Xavier Williams, divorced in 2022, and she moved to Florida with Xavier, his younger brother, and her boyfriend. Williams said at first the communication went well. He would talk to his sons twice a day, but in the period of time leading up to Xavier's death, the communication started to lessen. In a conversation with Fox 61, Williams says if he talked to Mills and asked to speak to his sons, his ex-wife would say they were too busy or that they couldn't talk.
I talked to my youngest son, and he said Xavier is either doing homework. The kids, they're timid. They're scared. They're not going to open up to you if anything is going on because the mom is right there.
Williams went on to say how devastated he was when he heard the news.
It's been a nightmare for me because I could not come to terms that a mom who carried a child for 9 months and to abuse him the way they did, it's unbelievable.
Florida State Attorney Bill Gladson said prosecutors will be seeking the death penalty for Mills and her boyfriend, Andre Walker.
We are seeking the death penalty as to both defendants.
Williams says he knows his son will be remembered as a hero.
The name that I give him is a star boy. He's going to keep shining wherever he's in heaven.
3 people are accused of trying to steal an ATM machine from a diner in Fairfield. Police say the attempted theft of the ATM machine happened February 2nd at the Southport Diner. Officers found evidence of forced entry to the diner and damage consistent with an attempt to steal the ATM machine. Police say they were able to link the case to other similar cases in the state. Charged in the case are Edgar Crespo of Stratford, along with Donnie James and Francisco Ayala, both of Bridgeport. The sailboat that had been reported missing after departing New Haven for North Carolina has been found. The sailboat, named Hot Chocolate, was located yesterday by a cargo ship and a U.S. Coast Guard plane around 50 miles off Long Island, New York. The 3 people were on the sailboat when it departed New Haven on April 5th, and all 3 are safe. The boat apparently became disabled during the trip. And Avello Airlines blames recent financial struggles at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport for the decision to run ICE deportation flights. Avello CEO Andrew Levy said in an email to employees that the opportunity was too valuable not to pursue. Levy's email also indicated that Avello's business in New Haven has suffered recently, partially because of competition from Breeze Airways. Avello will start running the ICE flights out of Arizona next month. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 10 and 9. And on 95 south, you have construction over the Q Bridge. And again in West Haven into exit 43. Left lane is out. On the Merritt Parkway northbound construction from Black Rock going up to exit 47. Right lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt southbound construction, exit 53 down to Route 8. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more road work. Exit 59 going through the tunnel into Hampton. And on 91 northbound, road work there starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound construction, exits 2 and 3. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, generally fair with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high again near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Norwalk is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, I thought a lot of folks in Norwalk may have bought stocks yesterday or last night or early today when the market was tanking. Market was tanking again early today, and then all of a sudden, hey, wait a minute, time out. The White House says, and about an hour and 10 minutes ago, right around 1:30, Mr. Trump issuing a message on social media saying, hey, okay, time out on the tariffs. And now you look at the indicators and everything's up. There is a 90-day pause on some tariffs for 75 what are being referred to as non-retaliating countries. Now, the tariffs aimed at China, I guess those are still going to go on here. It's up to, I don't know, What is it, 1,000% now? 1,500%? Whatever. But did Donald Trump blink here? And no, look, now some of you may say blink is the wrong word to use. Maybe you're a hardcore believer here and you're saying, well, maybe he was astute enough to use the executive power he has to back off. Whatever. Back off, blink, however you want to put it. Is that what he did here? Did his economic people get to him earlier today? Say, Mr. President, sir, with all due respect, the markets are down again. Just go for a little bit of a timeout here. Remember when you had kids, you had to put your kids a lot of times in timeout? If your kids are 30 now, timeout doesn't work anymore. I found out about that. But in all seriousness, is this a master stroke, as a lot of the Trump supporters are trying to make it, or is this like an oh boy timeout here? See, I think this is an oh boy moment. Now, it doesn't mean that eventually things aren't going to get straightened out, but you saw what the numbers were earlier today. And even, when I got here to the station today, I was looking up at the numbers going, wow, another day of this? Are you kidding me? But now Mr. Trump says he's pausing his tariffs for 90 days on 75 trading partners who have not retaliated against his administration. So what do you think? 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. And man, do I hope that some of you people bought low yesterday, maybe some after hours trading, if you can do that on your own, because right now across the board, you're looking at 5, 6, 7, 10. Well, I see the NASDAQ was up almost 10% today. Yikes. Who needs the Mohegan Sun, right? Who needs Foxwoods? Who needs DraftKings? Who needs FanDuel? I'm just kidding. Do what you want with your money. But how about that? So is this a master stroke, or is this a frustrated coach calling a timeout to get the team together here? I think it's a timeout. I think this was, it's economic, but I think this is political too. They could not, and there are new poll numbers out, by the way, that I think prove my point. We'll get to those in a minute. First, though, counting his millions, here's Andy in Derby. Andy, how are you, sir?
With a B, Paulie.
Yeah.
Here's what my economic expertise is limited to a 3-credit course I took in 1970.
All right.
Common sense-wise, from what I understood, he was using tariffs as like sort of impetus to bargain.
Yeah.
So the country said, okay, we'll talk.
Yeah.
So he took off the pressure. Martial arts analogy, there's a submission hold. You use a chicken wing, a heel hook. If the guy taps out, you don't rip his joint out.
You don't?
You back off. You get the point.
I
think that's what happened. Now, the View might not be happy about that.
Yeah.
Mr. Green Party might not be happy about that. But I kind of think that's what may have happened.
Yeah.
I don't know. No big fan of Trump's personality. I like what he's doing, but I wish he'd shut up. But I think that's what happened. I mean, the guy didn't become a billionaire because he's stupid.
Yeah, and Andy, good summation there. Thank you. Yeah, and again, the green arrows there, everything's up. Still looking at it right now, so we shall see. So it's a 90-day pause on some tariffs. But at last check, I'm looking over here. Chris, what did you say the number on the Chinese tariffs were? Oh, it's now at 483%.
If you've been injured in an accident and are dealing with the pain and suffering from injuries as well as the unexpected financial burden, you need an attorney by your side. You need Ganem Injury Lawyers. The truth is, insurance companies prefer not to deal with Ganem Injury Lawyers because they know attorney George Ganem will maximize your settlement and get you the compensation that you rightfully deserve. Contact Ganem Injury Lawyers for a free consultation. They don't get paid until you get paid. GanemInjuryLawyers.com. Call 203-713-8383.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. Babbel is designed with you in mind. From expert-created lessons to conversational video units and even live classes, you can personalize your Babbel experience to be exactly what you need to really learn a new language more easily. Go ahead, set a goal for yourself. Accomplish it with Babbel. Try Babbel for free. Go to BABBEL.com. That's Babbel.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-810-3588. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-810-3588. 800-810-3588. 800-810-3588.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 10 and 9. And on 95 south, you have construction over the Q Bridge and again in West Haven into exit 43. Left lane is out. On the Merritt Parkway northbound, construction from Black Rock going up to exit 47. Right lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt southbound, construction exit 53 down to Route 8. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more road work. Exit 59 going through the tunnel into Hamden. And on 91 northbound, road work there starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound construction, exits 2 and 3. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Listen while you're at work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Did the great deal maker get taught a lesson today, huh? Did his Treasury folks, his Commerce Secretary, did Secretary Besson, Secretary Lutnick say, sir, look at these numbers in real time. We can't do that again. Here's how you explain this. You do this, you say, hey, I'm going to wait 90 days. I mean, and that's a good thing. I'm looking right now. The Dow is up 6%. It's starting to tail off a little. S&P up 7%. NASDAQ up 9.5%. Man, if you bought yesterday and last night, God love you. Tim and Randy, hang on. Gene and Derby. Hello there, Gene. How are you?
Hi. How you doing, Paul?
I'm good, Gene. What's on your mind, buddy?
So listen, this Scott Besson, I think he's the brains in the government right now when it comes to the finances.
Think so?
Yeah. And I heard that he had an emergency meeting, or was called to an emergency meeting yesterday. And I believe he laid his cards on the table and said to this guy, you got to back off.
You know, Gene, and thank you for bringing that up, Gene. I appreciate it because I did read that somewhere, that of everybody, and Gene, thanks once again. I'm glad because I should have had that story bookmarked. Yeah, Besant apparently hates tariffs. He is a real free trade guy, and he was, as our last caller said, he was, I read it like on Fox and on MSNBC and the New York Times. Like our last caller said, Scott Besant was one of these, you can't do this. Or if you do it, you got to do it with a very light touch. Here's a guy who called me right after he got off the phone with his broker, Randy in Easton. Randy, how are you? You like Trump today, don't you?
No. Did he say why he was doing
He's claiming that the spin on this, Randy, and you and I both work in the spin business. Well,
no, I get it.
Well,
Yeah.
you see, 75 countries now are trying to cut deals. So always.
You know, a statesman would have done all this in a way where you don't disturb the market.
You don't trash it.
The whole point is, go ahead, go for your tariffs, even though nobody agrees with it.
Yeah.
But do it in an orderly fashion, not stand there with a blowtorch or a flamethrower and run around in circles and light your whole forest on fire. I would love to see. Call me a cynic, and I'll be called deranged and mentally ill, and I get that. Okay, I understand.
Hey,
yes,
you're a bass.
If you criticize this guy, you have a mental illness. Okay.
You're a bass player. At least you're not a drummer. But
Yeah,
go ahead.
that's
Yes.
right. That's right. I would love to see in coming weeks an audit of who went heavy into the market yesterday afternoon and this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, big money, I mean, not little guy. I mean, am I supposed to believe that among his entire staff and among everybody,
nobody said
family
it.
members, not a word leaked out of, hey, it might be good, just saying, it might be good to go in the market on Wednesday.
Just saying, this morning God, my lawn looks awfully green out.
I woke up this morning and I don't know, call me a cynic, but I think some of his billionaire friends finally were like,
what are you doing?
Buddy.
What are you doing?
Yeah, buddy. All right, I'll make it up to you.
Hey, wait a minute. You just rolled out that wasn't bad. That was pretty good, Randy. So even you're working on
it. I
it.
make it up to him, Paul. Paul, this again, okay, do your thing, but you're not supposed to disturb global market
and that's the problem.
As a leader. That's not your role.
That's the problem.
And I look at this as, frankly, manipulation. I don't think he maybe got spanked. I think maybe this is part of the plan all along. And I'll close with this.
Yes.
What's going to happen in 90 days?
Well, yeah, I mean.
Or day 89, let's say. All right, man.
All right, Randy. Be good. Randy in Easton there. Yeah, I mean, he makes it. Listen. He's right. What did that guy Warren Buffett? Did he do anything late yesterday or early today? George Soros? How did they do it? Jamie Dimon? What did he say? Did he tell anybody anything? Yeah, I don't know. Interesting, huh? Tim is here. Oh, Tim, you're good to see your little town in Hamden made some news, but we'll get to that later. But go ahead.
I made some news?
No, Hamden did.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's all, it's there was a great meme going around late last night, first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
And said, I've been away for a few days. This stock market crash, was that caused by DEI and trans people? Yeah, okay. That's what we were talking about, a while back. And when you've got an economic advisor like Peter Navarro, is that
Navarro? Peter Navarro, yes. He's not exactly the most subtle guy on the planet. No, he's not.
Well, you write books and you say his expert was himself. He makes up his own name, and claims that was his secret advisor.
Wait, you're not supposed to I shouldn't be doing that? No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I know. It's just, it's just absolutely, again, it's, I don't want ill will, on this country and everything. But I'll just leave you with this.
Yes.
You always give it to people about, read the room and everything.
Yeah, read the room.
Yes. Yesterday, floating the idea, and it's more than floating again, once again, that on his birthday, we're going to have $100 million parade.
Why not?
on one day, we're cutting jobs and we're doing this. We're going to have tanks rolling down the streets of Washington, D.C., spending $100 million on not the 4th of July, not Armistice Day or anything else, but on Trump's birthday.
Well,
read the room.
How much would you have to be paid, Tim, to go to that parade waving your American flag, the Trump military?
Waving flag and what other finger?
No.
No. We can't. It's a recession. People are already talking about this. You pull yourself out of starting. It's $1 trillion of loss. Trillions.
Well, everything is green now. Everything is. I'm looking up at the screen here. All the arrows are up. Everything's green now, and everybody.
Everybody happened, a couple days ago when there was a rumor, a false rumor, and it went up high. That's how and stuff. But yet, I'm hearing people calling talk shows all across the dial.
Yeah.
Oh, I really trust him. He knows what he's doing. Blah, blah. This guy was a longtime Democrat.
Yeah,
He used to go on Larry King and all those shows. Tariffs.
Dubuque. Hello. All
All
right,
really.
Tim.
We're going to want to see you later.
All right, Tim. Larry King. Maybe that's what I need to do. I'll wear suspenders, and I'll endorse anything under the planet. I take this for my ovary health. Larry, you don't have ovaries. Whatever. It's the best ovary health supplement ever. Montana, hello. Oh, God. God bless him. I met him, chatted with him once at a convention. Very nice guy. But was sad near the end. But anyway, hey, people will say that about me, sad near the end. What do you think of this? So 203-333-9422. Is this going to be sold as a kind of a master stroke here? Or did Trump's inner circle, did Mr. President's inner circle get to him and say, listen, here's how you play this, sir, because the markets are getting hammered again, sir, and we can't have any more red ink. Here's a text. I completely agree with you, meaning me. I don't know enough to comment other than maybe if he had done the tariffs in a more systematic way, not so much across the board with a hatchet job. Maybe he could have seen which way this was going and altered it as things were happening. I'm also not so sure he's got all those deals with these countries, as he says. Maybe that's also part of the equation. Okay, could be. Thank you for that. And so somebody texts me at 333-9422, waiting until Trump puts himself on Mount Rushmore. That's funny. That's fun. See, that's an SNL. Who plays Trump on SNL? I haven't watched SNL in 30 years. Occasionally, I'll watch the musical guest, and I'll pull it off YouTube. But that's pretty funny. How about that? Putting himself on Mount Rushmore. Hey, send that to the SNL folks, and if they use it, ask for $10. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction, exits 10 and 9. And on 95 south, you have construction over the Q Bridge and again in West Haven into exit 43. Left lane is out. On the Merritt Parkway northbound construction from Black Rock going up to exit 47. Right lane is out. And on the Upper Merritt southbound construction, exit 53 down to Route 8. On the Wilbur Cross northbound, more road work. Exit 59 going through the tunnel into Hampton. And on 91 northbound, road work there starts at exit 15. 84 eastbound construction, exits 2 and 3. Left lane is blocked. Traffic report powered by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, generally fair with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high again near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at BetterNestEgg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to BetterNestEgg.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Sometimes the way Donald Trump handles policy is reflective of the same thing that's wrong with Major League Baseball. What do I mean? It's simple. What's the biggest complaint you hear from not even just hardcore baseball fans, but even the casual fan who kind of watches a game every so often? Hey, this team's doing well in this game. But is that from the pitching point of view, right? The game is so changed. Everybody throws 100 miles an hour. Oh, he only hits 93. And he's got a mediocre fastball at 92. Everything the president tries to do, even if conceptually it's an interesting issue that would gain him some traction if he fixes it, everything's a fastball. Everything is a conventional, hard as I can throw it, 3-2, bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the ninth, and I'm going to throw a fastball. It's going to hit 99 or 100. He doesn't know how to throw any breaking pitches. He doesn't know how to, throw the fastball. And, like pitching coaches say, you set him up for the curve by throwing the fastball, or vice versa. You throw him 3 straight curveballs and then blow him away with a fastball. That's all he's got. He's a one-pitch pitcher. People love him for that. People hate him for that. Yeah, there have been some one-pitch pitchers in the major leagues. Few and far between are they successful. Some are. And even with that one pitch, they move it up and down, in and out.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. On Wall Street, investors are cheering the latest news on tariffs. The Dow is up 2,100 points.
What the market wants, the market gets. It can bully the Fed into cutting rates. It can bully Washington politicians.
Analyst Javier David. President Trump warned countries against retaliating for U.S. tariffs. Now he's rewarding them with a pause of sorts. And China will face even higher tariffs. Economist Gus Fauché.
This is a 90-day pause, so we'll have to see what happens over the next 90 days. And we still have a huge increase in tariffs on China. So, I'm cautiously optimistic that this means that prices won't go up as much, but there's still a lot that we need to find out about what's going on and what tariffs are going to look like over the longer run.
Correspondent Anna Corin in Beijing.
While President Trump is hoping to inflict pain on China's economy, he may be disappointed.
Over 97% of China's economy is other things but exports to the United States. And so, yes, it hurts in the short run, but China can probably ride this out.
HSBC Chief Asia economist Fred Newman says China is far better prepared this time around to cushion the blow.
Federal judges in 2 states have granted temporary restraining orders, blocking the Trump administration from using a rarely used statute for deportations. CBS's Stacey Lynn reports.
The ACLU filed the lawsuits in Texas and New York in defense of 5 Venezuelans detained in facilities in the states. The men were identified as gang members by the Alien Enemy Validation Guide, which looks at tattoos, hand gestures, symbols, logos, graffiti, and manner of dress. But the men claim they're not part of the Tren de Aragua gang.
The acting commissioner of the IRS is expected to resign. More from Michael Wallace.
Melanie Krause is stepping down because she doesn't agree with the Treasury Department's decision to share immigrants' taxpayer data with the Department of Homeland Security. ICE says the new data sharing agreement will help it find people who are collecting benefits they aren't entitled to and people who are using someone else's identity. Advocates say the deal violates long-standing privacy laws.
At least 124 people died in the roof collapse of a nightclub in the Dominican Republic, but the search continues for others, and their loved ones can only wait.
We have some friends here, a niece and a cousin, who are under the rubble because they're not yet on the list of those who've been transferred to hospital or are known to have died. We're waiting for them.
Politicians, athletes, and a fashion designer among those who died. Hundreds more were injured. Officials still don't know why the roof collapsed. Recapping the numbers on Wall Street at this hour, the Dow currently up 2,300 points. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A man has pleaded guilty to charges related to the 2023 car crash that killed Hartford Police Detective Bobby Garton. Richard Barrington was accused of fleeing a traffic stop and crashing into a police cruiser that was going to another call before killing Garton and seriously injuring his partner. Barrington has pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter and first-degree assault and will be given a preliminary sentence of 20 years. Garton's brother, Will, spoke to WTNH TV News 8 after Barrington appeared in court to plead guilty.
20 years is not enough time, in my opinion, and that seems to be the cap. I don't envy the judge at all. That's going to have to look out into the courtroom and see police officers and tell the police officers 20 years is all your life is worth.
Will Garton says while the maximum sentence calls for Barrington to serve a 41-year prison term, they were hoping for at least 30. A woman has what are described as, quote, traumatic injuries after a crash on I-95 in Milford yesterday morning. Milford fire officials say they responded to exit 39 northbound approximately 8:30 a.m. Tuesday and found a car that was damaged by a stray tire that flew from another vehicle that was driving southbound. The woman needed to be extricated from the car and was taken to a local hospital in stable condition. A car carrier truck transporting 6 vehicles caught fire in Norwalk early this morning. Fire officials were notified of the truck fire approximately 5:50 this morning on I-95 just before exit 14 southbound. They said the driver of the truck tried to put it out with the fire extinguisher in the cab, but it quickly grew beyond his control. Norwalk fire officials requested a mutual aid pumper and a tanker from Stamford as a precaution. There were no injuries. And a sailboat that had been reported missing after departing New Haven for North Carolina has been found. The sailboat named Hot Chocolate was located yesterday by a cargo ship and a U.S. Coast Guard plane around 50 miles off Long Island, New York. The 3 people were on the sailboat when it departed New Haven on April 5th, and all 3 are safe. The boat apparently became disabled during the trip. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound accident reported in no man's land between exit 42 and exit 44 has things backing up into Westport. On 95 northbound, plan on up to 45 minutes from Stamford going through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way through. And further ahead on 95, late running construction going over the Moses Wheeler Bridge in Milford. And the southbound side, just congestion delays getting through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross northbound, residual delays as well through the West Rock Tunnel, again because of earlier road work. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Nash Krause at WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Oh, look at that. If you bought low, look at it right now. The green arrows are up. The Dow up 6.4%. The NYSE 20 right around 2,400 points today. As this gentleman, Donald John Trump, earlier said, okay, a 90-day pause on most tariffs. He is speaking to reporters right now.
So they'll go to Treasury. We have our great senators here and congressmen. They'll call John. They'll do somebody. They'll go through somebody. But they're all calling, how do we do this? They all want to make a deal. Somebody had to do what we did. And I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate. Because I told them, if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China, because they did retaliate. So we'll see how it all works out. I think it's going to work out amazing. I think that our country is going to be at the end of a year or shorter, but I think we're going to have something that nobody would have dreamt possible. A man like Roger Penske, I don't want to get him in trouble with China, so I won't, but he would know that someday you have to cut the bow and you have to do what you have to do, right, Roger? And that's what I did, and I'm very happy to have done it.
Mr. President,
was there anyone
the Prime Minister of Greece just told Breitbart's Matt Boyle that he thinks absolutely the European Union and the United States could work out a trade deal that's win-win and, quote, mutually beneficial to both sides. What do you think about the Prime Minister's comments, and do you think a deal could be struck with the European Union?
First of all, I know him. He's a good man, and I appreciate his comments. Yeah, a deal can be made with every one of them. A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them, and there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals for everybody, but they weren't fair to the United States. They were sucking us dry, and you can't do that. You know, we have $36 trillion of debt for a reason. We don't have it there for fun. They have it for a reason, and people took advantage of our country, and they ripped us off for decades. I've been thinking about this for decades. If you ever saw me on television, I was young like these guys. And it was a good old days, I'll tell you, Roger. But I was like these guys, young, and I was talking about it. Nothing changed, and nothing was done about it. Then I did it. In my first term, I did it, and did it well. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others. And I started the process, but then we had to fix up from the COVID mess caused by China. We had to fix up from that, and we did a good job of doing it. And when we handed back the reins after a rigged election, and when we handed back the reins, the stock market was higher than it was before COVID coming in. So, you know, we did a great job, but we didn't have time to do the big thing, which we're doing now. And it's, it's like a patient is sick, you have to do surgery. Patient is very, very sick. And Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble, economically and in every other way. They let China run away with things. They let other countries run away with things. And maybe worst of all, in a certain way, is what they did at the border. We had people pouring into our country by the millions. Many of them were murderers and drug lords and thieves and people from prisons from all over the world. And there were people from mental institutions, insane asylums. They were taking their mentally insane, and they were dumping them into our country. And I'll tell you, Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing a fantastic job in removing them. And now the courts, the Supreme Court just gave us numerous good rulings where we have to be able to get them out. You had other judges trying to take over the system. And think of it, they take over. They want these people coming back. Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, the Venezuela jails that cut off the fingers of a man in Colorado. They cut off his fingers because he called the police looking for help. They said, "Did you call the police?" He said, "Yes, I did." "Put your hand down," and they cut off the fingers. This is what they want to bring these people back now. And I want to thank the president of El Salvador for the job he's done, because that is... that's the way it has to be done.
All right, there you have President Trump talking to, as you can imagine, the press corps in D.C. with some members of Congress and his economic team, as well as the press availability there started to run and stray into some other areas, not surprising there. But all that redness that we've seen over the past 3, 4, 5 days, late last week and early this week, everything's up now. The Dow is up 6.8. NYSE at about 2,500 points today. The Dow back above 40,000. But here is my question, and I tend to think this is more of a design. I don't want to say fold here. Maybe fold is the wrong word. Maybe he's hitting the brakes here. Maybe somebody convinced him to use the brake pedal. Can't always be the gas pedal, Mr. President. You got to tap the brakes here. So, are you happy with this? Did somebody get to him? And I don't mean get to him in a tawdry kind of way. But there are some new poll numbers out. In fact, today, and I wonder if they maybe caught wind of these coming out. There's a new Quinnipiac poll out where the president's numbers on dealing with the economy not good. And remember, there were two things as to why he got elected. the border and the economy. You heard him shift to the border there. He'll do that whenever he can. What are your thoughts on this, though? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. Somebody texts in here, the art of the deal, quote unquote, BAM. Now, I would assume that BAM is a good BAM. If the BAM has been misinterpreted by me, the person who texted that to me, and the phone number is, let me see, 203. No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to say that. So BAM is good? I guess. Or was the great deal maker forced into doing this? Did he maybe get ears full from his economic people, and did he sit back and just threw his hands up in the air and say, all right, that's what I kind of think happened.
You wake up with WICC to start your day, and you keep us on in your car and while you're at work. But there's another place you'll find us, right in your email. Sign up for the WICC newsletter and be the first to know about all the local Fairfield County happenings. Best of all, it's free. The Voice of Connecticut is right in your inbox. Get signed up now at voiceofct.com.
When disaster strikes, whether it's a house fire, furnace malfunction, or burst pipes, trust me, Felicia, the owner of Robin Hood Adjusters, to be your advocate. With over a decade of experience, I specialize in increasing the settlement value of your insurance claim and shielding you from unethical lowball offers by the insurance giants. Visit RobinHoodAdjustersCT.com and see how I can help protect your interests and get you the compensation you deserve. At Robin Hood Adjusters, I work for you.
Food, family, and hockey. There's no better combination. Bring everyone down to Total Mortgage Arena and catch the Bridgeport Islanders home games for one low price. Right now, family 4-packs are just $59. It includes 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 sodas. What could be better than action-packed hockey with meals for any home game this season, all at one low price? Get your tickets now and be there for every heart-pounding moment. Visit BridgeportIslanders.com for your $59 family 4-packs today.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the Voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, we've got your flooring needs covered. From intricate area rugs, durable vinyl and laminate to elegant stair runners. Shop anywhere, but make sure to see us before you buy. Visit CourtesyCarpet.com to explore our extensive selection. Visit Ellen, Jay, and the team at Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. Trust us, the experts in quality flooring. Because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is our courtesy.
Imagine talking to thousands of local consumers about your business. You will with your ads on the Voice of Connecticut.
It all comes up to your sales rep. Here, Maria, my sales rep, try to understand my business, customize my need, and that make it different than any other experience that I had.
Real stories, real results. It's why advertising on the Voice of Connecticut works. Learn more. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. Let's talk numbers. Traditional in-person therapy can cost anywhere from $100 to $250 per session, and that adds up fast. But with BetterHelp Online Therapy, you can save up to 50% per session and pay a flat fee for weekly sessions, making therapy more affordable and easier to fit into your life. Therapy should feel accessible, not like a luxury. BetterHelp connects you with licensed professionals who can help with everything from anxiety to everyday stress at a price that makes sense. Your mental health is worth it, and now it's within reach. With over 30,000 therapists and 5 million people served globally, BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform. It's convenient, flexible, and you can switch therapists anytime. Your well-being is worth it. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound accident reported in no man's land between exit 42 and exit 44 has things backing up into Westport. On 95 northbound, plan on up to 45 minutes from Stamford going through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way through. And further ahead on 95, late running construction going over the Moses Wheeler Bridge in Milford. And the southbound side, just congestion delays getting through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross northbound, residual delays as well through the West Rock Tunnel, again because of earlier road work. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. That's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, generally fair with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high again near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Tell Paul what he needs to know. Text 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
If you bought anything on NASDAQ, any NASDAQ securities or stocks last night or early this morning, you just made about 10.5% like that. Man, how do I get some of that there action, huh? Geez, I wish. We're taking your real-time text messages and phone calls here at 333-9422. So what do you think of this? I'm not surprised here. And I think it's equal parts politics, equal parts the economy, equal parts the polling. And we have a text message here. Hi, Paul. I think you're missing one big part of the statements were made that 70 countries were negotiating. These tariffs may have brought them to the table. All right, I agree with that. Talks may be going well. I don't think anybody expected to get 100% of what we were looking for, but he might be very pleased with the progress and stop the tariffs for negotiations to continue. That's my take on what's going on. Thank you to our friend Gene who texted in. You know when you'll find out about this? Honestly, when I think you'll really find out about it, when the books are written about this Trump term, which is probably not going to be for another 3 or 4 years. Now, there is a political end to this, too. There's a new Quinnipiac poll out today. Now, again, this came out. So this poll is done. This poll was done days ago. But it was released by Quinnipiac around the same time that the president said, hey, we're going to call timeout for 90 days here. A vast majority of voters polled by Quinnipiac think the tariffs will hurt the U.S. economy in the short term, while a smaller majority thinks the tariffs will hurt the U.S. economy in the long term. In the short term, 72% of voters think the tariffs will hurt the economy. 22% say they'll help. In the long term, 53% of voters think the tariffs are a bad idea. 41% like them. 41% of voters approve of the way Trump is handling his job as president. 53% disapprove. 40% approve on the economy. 55% disapprove. 39% approve on trade. 55% disapprove. So I think there's a, and remember too, this is Quinnipiac. They do their own polling. So, again, the bottom line is I know all over the world in the U.S. and here in Connecticut, here in Fairfield County, here in New Haven County, whatever, the general area here, Litchfield County, Hartford County, the beautiful People's Republic of Connecticut. I'm sure at least for 90 days, 3 months, I'm sure there are a lot of people saying, all right, fine. Now this gives a lot of businesses maybe what they can do now. They can pre-order more supplies, speed up their supply lines over the next 1 or 2 or 3 months. Maybe that was part of it too. But, man, I got to tell you, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in those Oval Office discussions. Was there yelling or screaming? Was he quiet? How forceful were his people? What do you think? I think this is good, and I think he was convinced by his economic people, by the Treasury Secretary, by the Commerce Secretary, to back off of this. They're probably saying, hey, long-term, sir, we like the idea, but we can't go through another down day because this is driving the news cycle, and it's bad. Your thoughts? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We'll have a live update from the White House with Linda Kenyon coming up next half hour. We'll get the very latest as she's covering it with the entire White House press corps. And coming up next hour, I don't know whether you saw this, but William Tong had a list of demands. He had a ransom note for Avello. Henry's with us. Henry, how are you, sir?
You're the important one. How are you?
I'm living the dream, Henry. What do you got for me?
You told me to call, so I'm calling.
Yes, sir. What do you got?
If I knew about it, didn't he talk about these tariffs for 6 months?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Didn't he?
Yeah.
And you have to. And what kind of a look yourself in the mirror? Not you personally.
Okay.
And to think that all these people around the world, they knew it was coming because he told them, and everybody waited till the last minute. Everybody waited till the last minute. They could have negotiated. You know how he says they're all flying in now to negotiate.
Yeah.
They could have. They could have and would have talked about it during the time that, or the 3 months, whatever it was. They all
I
knew
get your
ahead of
point.
time.
No, I get
so
your
why
point.
Why
Yeah.
late for a last minute? And you know what though? You ever look at the salary of senators and governors?
180, 170 grand. 170 grand. Yeah.
But when they leave office, they're all multi-millionaires.
Well, yeah. How does that happen?
Now, okay. Now, well, I'll tell you how it happened. You see what just happened in the stock market?
Yeah.
They legally inside trade.
Yeah.
They legally inside trade because what are they all? Except for Trump, what are they all first and foremost?
Politicians.
They are lawyers.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're lawyers.
No, they're lawyers first and foremost. They know the law.
So they know the loopholes.
They did this legally. They know they do it legally. Yeah. You realize, like you just said, the money that was made overnight?
Yeah.
And everybody knew for 6 months he was going to do this, including the Chinese, including everybody knew. And you've often called me a cynicism and a conspiracy.
No,
and,
I've never called you a conspiracy.
Well,
you're a little cynical, but we all are. We're all a little cynical.
But the power of accurate observation
Yes.
is called a lot of things by those that haven't got it.
That's it. You're right. No, I get it.
Bye-bye. God bless you.
God bless you, Henry. But no, listen. And I'm already seeing that trend here now on social media from people I know and from other sites. No, Henry made a good point there. People are now openly wondering, hey, what kind of action was there between last night and this morning and what was it, 1:30 Eastern time? Believe me, they know. All this stuff is recorded second by second in real time.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound accident reported in no man's land between exit 42 and exit 44 has things backing up into Westport. On 95 northbound, plan on up to 45 minutes from Stamford going through Fairfield. Definitely some breaks along the way through. And further ahead on 95, late running construction going over the Moses Wheeler Bridge in Milford. And the southbound side, just congestion delays getting through Long Wharf. Wilbur Cross northbound, residual delays as well through the West Rock Tunnel, again because of earlier road work. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elifson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. That's Krause at WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
This is the Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
I'm Andrew Krause with this week's concert listings. This Friday, the 11th, the Spin Doctors take the stage at Mohegan Sun's Wolfden. Show starts at 8. Also, Guy Davis is at Friday Night Folk in New London. Saturday, April 12th, Switchfoot rocks Mohegan Sun Arena. Show starts at 8. Heart plays Foxwoods Premier Theater. Show also starts at 8. And the Freestyle XL 40th year concert is taking over the Toyota Oakdale Theater. featuring George Lamond, Rockwell, and a whole lot more. And hip-hop violin duo Black Violin is having their 20th anniversary show at Gard Arts Center in New London.
The Duchess Restaurant Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of our 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Maritime Chevrolet Fleet Solutions takes the headache out of managing your company vehicles. Our program is designed to save you time and, most importantly, money throughout the entire life cycle of your company vehicle, ordering, financing, maintaining, and upgrading. This way, you can focus on your business and put us to work instead. If you own or manage a fleet of commercial trucks or cars, let us show you how to evolve your business at MaritimeChevy.com. World-class technicians, superior professionalism, and customer care starts at MaritimeChevy.com.
It sounds like
It goes.
It's like a whistle?
No matter what noise your car is making, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. Specializing in Audi, BMW, Mercedes, and domestics, it's honest, reliable repairs at low prices. For the mechanic you can trust, call Fairfield Moto Works, 203-333-1800. So when your car goes ping or swoosh, call 203-333-1800. Fairfield Moto Works, in Fairfield, off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Moto Works.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. The president warned countries not to retaliate for U.S. tariffs, and he's keeping his word, raising the tariffs on China again. The markets are cheering. The Dow is up more than 2,400 points. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
The investors that I'm talking to are sort of getting back in the sectors where they think that this is going to be a positive, but they are still very cautious because we have seen this change so rapidly, which gets to that uncertainty point.
CBS's Ed O'Keefe.
So we're in a staring contest as this trade war gets underway, and the rest of the world's watching to see whether the United States or China blinks first.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says other countries will be rewarded for not retaliating.
We're going to go down to a 10% baseline tariff for them, and China will be raised to 125 due to their insistence on escalation.
And recapping the numbers on Wall Street, the Dow currently up 2,800 points. CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The father of the 10-year-old former Connecticut boy who was abused to death by his mother is speaking out. Kenneal Williams said he and Kimberly Mills, his ex-wife, who was the mother of their son, Xavier Williams, divorced in 2022, and she moved to Florida with Xavier, his younger brother, and her boyfriend. Williams said at first the communication went well. He would talk to his sons twice a day, but in the period of time leading up to Xavier's death, the communication started to lessen. In a conversation with Fox 61, Williams says if he talked to Mills and asked to speak to his sons, his ex-wife would say they were too busy or couldn't talk.
I talked to my younger son, and he said Xavier is either doing homework because they're timid. They're scared. They're not going to open up to you if anything is going on because the mom is right there.
Williams went on to say how devastated he was when he heard the news.
It's been a nightmare for me because I could not come to terms that a mom who carried a child for 9 months and to abuse him the way they did, it's unbelievable.
Florida State Attorney Bill Gladson said prosecutors will be seeking the death penalty for Mills and her boyfriend, Andre Walker. Williams says he knows his son will be remembered as a hero.
The name that I give him is a star boy. He's going to keep shining wherever he's in heaven.
3 people are accused of trying to steal an ATM machine from a diner in Fairfield. Police say the attempted theft of the ATM machine happened February 2nd at the Southport Diner. Officers found evidence of forced entry to the diner and damage consistent with an attempt to steal the ATM machine. Police say they were able to link the case to other similar cases in the state. Charged in the case are Edgar Crespo of Stratford, along with Donnie James and Francisco Ayala, both of Bridgeport. A smoke shop in Westport has been raided approximately a month after police had previously raided it. THC products were again found at Savvy Smoker on the Post Road East in Westport. Pre-rolled marijuana cigarettes, canisters of THC flower, THC resin products, THC vape cartridges, and THC edible products were all found and seized, according to police. The shop was raided because police had received complaints that the shop was selling cannabis illegally as well as selling products to minors, and say the shop continued to sell unlicensed cannabis after the first raid. The family of a man who was shot and killed by Bridgeport police last week claims he was holding a vape pen when he was shot and not a gun. Police say Deshaun Best pulled a gun before he was shot in the back by a city officer, and he later died at the hospital. The victim's friend, Matthew Purdy, was driving the vehicle Best exited and spoke with WTNH-TV News 8.
I'm telling the officer, he don't got no gun. He's trying to convince me that's why he's running. No.
Best's niece, Tatiana Barrett, also spoke with News 8.
In my mind, I think he ran. He was inebriated. He had a gallon of Remy.
Police reported soon after the shooting that a handgun was found next to Best's body after he was shot, but a lawyer for the Best family is disputing that claim. Attorney Darnell Crosland was scheduled to release new evidence in the case to the public today. In a related story, a friend of that man is charged with threatening city police. Joe Thompson is accused of posting on social media that, quote, someone should die with a handgun in response with a badge on in response to the killing of Deshaun Best. He also posted a picture of the officer who shot and killed Best during that foot pursuit. Thompson was arrested Monday night and charged with second-degree threatening and inciting injury towards persons. And Avello Airlines is blaming recent financial struggles at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport for the decision to run ICE deportation flights. Avello CEO Andrew Levy said in an email to employees that the opportunity was too valuable not to pursue. Levy's email also indicated that Avello's business in New Haven has suffered recently, partially because of competition from Breeze Airways. Avello will start running the ICE flights out of Arizona next month. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. Parkway northbound residual delays. Norwalk through Fairfield from an earlier accident that's been cleared. Through New Haven, 95. Plenty of company going through Long Wharf and West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound residual delays coming out of the tunnel because of earlier road work that has been cleared. And then Cross with WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, generally fair with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high again near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So we have new angles of the Avello Airlines story unfolding over the last few hours. Now, you remember we were talking about this yesterday, and it's made news over the past couple of days. Major outlets covering the fact that Avello Airlines, which uses Tweed Airport in New Haven as a hub, and a lot of people I know fly Avello back and forth to Florida and other spots, and they like the low prices, especially if you don't bring any too much luggage on board. So it came to be known first that Avello has contracted with the federal government to run deportation flights, either domestically or internationally, as part of the Trump White House effort to deport migrants here who the administration claims should not be here, criminal or otherwise. Now, these flights are not flying into or out of, at least at this point, Tweed New Haven Airport. We know that. These are for flights centered in and out of Mesa, Arizona. Now, of course, the Democratic majority in Hartford brought it upon themselves to, again, hold the presence of undocumented migrants or illegal aliens in this state, which costs taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars a year, to some sacramental level. This is Holy Communion for a lot of the people in Hartford. And we had William Tong, the Attorney General, start acting like he's judge, jury, and executioner, and I want to know this, and I want to know that. This, when he doesn't have the right to know anything. Nobody in Hartford has the right to know anything. And they say, well, we may pull our support. Good. Pull the support for Avello. And if that happens, there are going to be a lot of people in the state saying, you know what, if Avello leaves, goodbye. That's it. Because Avello said, and their boss has said, over the past couple of days, we took the migrant flights because we need the money. He's come out and said that. And again, you've heard of the news, and Christian just had it on his newscast there. There's competition. These low-cost airlines, they compete too. Avello and Breeze and all that. So where am I going here? Well, you knew this was going to happen. And I got to tell you, look, you know what? I know a lot of people in Hartford. I got to give it to Democrats in Hartford in this state. They don't back off. They will come at you, the mob at the state capitol. They will come at you like union enforcers, and they will take you out at the ankles and at the knees and however they want to. So just in the last couple of days, they have modified a bill in Hartford to go after Avello. This story just posted in the Connecticut News Junkie. The General Assembly's Judiciary Committee advances a bill to further limit Connecticut agencies' cooperation with ICE. That's number one. Again, the slobbering love affair with illegals. And number two, they also, in this bill, say there would be penalties that would impact any company, including commercial airlines, that gets any Connecticut tax subsidy. So the Democratic majority in Hartford is taking the money they get from Democrats and Republicans in this state, and they have decided that they are judge, jury, and executioner. It is them who matter and not you. Man, they're coming after Avello like a mob leg breaker. Last-minute updates to a bill that would limit the type of info disclosed to federal immigration authorities includes language that would also impact any company, including commercial airlines, that gets any Connecticut tax subsidy. Our lawmakers, they love to do this. So just because they get a tax subsidy, they get to say how a company conducts itself. Can you be any more arrogant? The arrogance of these people. And I'm not attacking them personally. I've had some of these people on the air. But politically, the arrogance of the leadership in Hartford to say, hey, we shall judge you. It is mind-numbing. So they're going after Avello here. After the boss of Avello, operating legally, said, hey, we contracted with the feds here because we need the money. Well, the powers that be in Hartford say, no. You don't know what's good for your company, or you don't know what's good to make a free and open decision in the way you conduct your business. You think what I read was just bad? Just wait. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. You tell me. Do you think the General Assembly of this state, lawmakers in this state, should have anything to say about how an independent business that, yes, does receive some state funding? I'm not going to deny that. But where do people in Hartford get off saying, no, it is our way or the highway?
Looking for a quick primary care appointment? Start here. Hartford Healthcare Medical Group offers appointments right away, often the next day, with skilled clinicians who partner with you to get you healthy and keep you healthy. We're here for you, whether it's an illness, chronic condition, or a physical, with offices throughout Fairfield County. Visit hartfordhealthcare.org/primary care. That's hartfordhealthcare.org/primary care.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Rudin Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therudinreport.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code QUICK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code QUICK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code QUICK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. Parkway northbound residual delays. Norwalk through Fairfield from an earlier accident that's been cleared. Through New Haven, 95. Plenty of company going through Long Wharf and West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound residual delays coming out of the tunnel because of earlier road work that has been cleared. And then Krause with WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
As your day winds down, he's only just getting warmed up. You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So state lawmakers continue in their utter arrogance to make value judgments about companies that simply operate in and out of Connecticut. Remember they did this with this Hamden company? Remember all the bad PR they gave that Hamden company a couple, 3-4 months back? Well, you know, we're going to bring sanctions against them because they participated in executions with their chemical, which they weren't doing anymore. What the hell do you care? We don't have the death penalty in Connecticut. Why should you step in and tell a company what they should do? Really? You've got nothing else to do in Hartford? God forbid you try and do something to lower prices for electric consumers. God forbid you loosen the reins you put on week after week after week on our law enforcement officers. God forbid you work on the crap graduation rates as far as illiteracy in this state. No, but we're worried about this. The bill in Hartford adds a provision that any company, any state contractor, or recipient of grants or other funding from the state are not to engage or assist in activities with immigration officials. That's according to our friend Steve Staffstrom, Democrat Bridgeport. That includes airlines, he said, without naming any names. Oh, come on, Steve. Have the guts to name a Velo. Just have the guts. He said he knows of one that operates flights out of 2 of Connecticut's airports and has gotten a significant tax benefit. All right, fine. So pull it, I got to tell you something. I'm not advocating this, but I got to tell you something. If a Velo or any other airline left, I'd be like, way to go, Connecticut. As usual, nobody ticks off business like us. He said taxpayers are helping prop that company up and keep it operational. If they're getting funding, they should not be using any of that funding to deportation flights. That's not how our tax money should be spent, says you. The budget airline Avelo, which offers flights out of Tweed, New Haven, and Bradley International Airport, recently signed a contract to fly federal deportation flights. Avelo immediately did not return a request seeking comment for the story, but has told other news outlets they understand this is a sensitive and complicated topic. You know, part of me, the little bit of me, said I'd laugh if they said, screw it, we're out of here. That'd be par for the course for the state of confusion here. Would be 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. We'll do a quick break. We'll come back. We know we have folks on the phone. I want to get to something more about tariffs and taxes and then we will do that.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. Parkway northbound, residual delays. Norwalk through Fairfield from an earlier accident that's been cleared. Through New Haven, 95, plenty of company going through Long Wharf and West Haven. Wilbur Cross northbound, residual delays coming out of the tunnel because of earlier road work that has been cleared. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, generally fair with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high again near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Toyo tires, sells them all at the guaranteed lowest price, offers more free services for life than anywhere else, and Town Fair has well over 100 locations throughout New England and New York. The area's largest inventory of Toyo tires at the guaranteed lowest price, more locations, and the most free services for life. So for your next set of Toyo tires, remember, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at betternestegg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to betternestegg.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Okay, we'll get back to the Avello situation momentarily. Want to, though, give you the very latest on the tax and tariff deal, the tariff deal at the White House. And joining us right now live from D.C. is our friend Linda Kenyon from CBS News. Hey, Linda. Hi, it's Paul here in Connecticut. Good afternoon. So, is there anything going on today we should know? What's hanging?
Nothing, a totally boring day, Paul, but thanks for calling.
Wow, Linda, I got to tell you, it's like a slot machine here. Everything was red up until about 1:30 this afternoon, and man, did this thing turn on a dime or what?
Oh, yeah. All of a sudden, I looked up, and there were people gathering in the White House driveway where we have a little stakeout position set up. And I was like, oh, something's going on. So I ran up there, and the Treasury Secretary came out, Scott Bessent, and he made the announcement that the president is going to pause the trade tariffs for a period of 90 days. During that time, many of those countries, the U.S. trading partners, have said that they want to negotiate. Some have already reached out, and the president says pretty much all of them have reached out. Some are making trips to the U.S., Japan, South Korea, Mexico. They were already supposed to come to Washington, but now they're having a lot of conversations on the phone very quickly. And the president said he'll pause those tariffs for 90 days, in part because they said that they would negotiate. They want to come up with a deal. The president says he wants a fair deal. And in part because they did not retaliate against the U.S. with tariffs on their own. Now, that's just one part of the story. The other part is China. And China apparently did retaliate with tariffs of its own. And so the president doubled the tariffs. So it's now up to 125%, which is hard to even, understand.
Yeah, how do you do that math? You know, Linda, finally, I'm sure all you folks there in the White House core will have your ears to the ground of how much of this was, you guys and gals are getting the spin now as well. This is a master stroke, but I wonder, Linda, what Mr. Trump was hearing about, hey, we can't afford another day in the red. You know what I mean? Like, you've got to do something here,
Well, I will tell you what the Treasury Secretary said. He said, this is what we planned all along.
Okay.
He said, we were just trying to get people to negotiate, and we knew that this was going to happen, and we were not surprised by it. Then the president made some comments afterward, and he was asked that question, and he said, people got the yips.
Yeah. Well, yeah, to the tune of a couple of hundreds or millions or trillions of dollars. Linda Kenyon at the White House for us. Linda, thank you. Be good, and we'll chat down the road. Thanks, Linda.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Yeah, the yips, you think? Wow, how about that? Linda, thank you. All right, there you go. Had to go to her at a preset time. Let's get back to the Avello situation now where, listen, if your favorite discount airline leaves New Haven, you wonder why. Mike is here in Seymour. Mike, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hello, Paul. Good to talk with you again.
What's up?
I have to agree with you that 100%. This is complete overreach by the Democrats in Hartford. It's none of their business what Avello chooses to do. But worse, I think it's a perfect storm for Avello. With the removal of any tax incentives they have, with Breeze recently initiating flights out of New Haven, and with all the lefties in the area, all the Yaleys, they're going to boycott Avello.
Oh, I think, Mike, that I think they want to put, and sadly, I think they might, I think they want to put Avello out of business over this. I really do. I really do.
It looks like that, and that may happen. I mean, it's Breeze has to be licking their chops right now.
Yeah, and what happens, though, when you lose competition? Fares go up, right, Mike? I mean, if there's only one operator there when there was two, what's going to happen? You and I will pay, right?
Absolutely. You're right, Paul. Thank you.
Mike, thank you. Appreciate it there. Yeah, I honestly think, and I hate to have to think about this, but I honestly think now there are forces in and about the big cities in this state, in and about the capital, who are hoping, and I'm not going to name names because I don't know who they are, but I honestly think that there are people now that are saying to Avello, blank you, we hope your business, we hope your business dies at Tweed. And it's sad because I know a few people that work in that area. They went to work for the airlines. I've known them, but we'll see what happens. Now, again, can Avello pull out of New Haven? Maybe. And listen, I get using the power of the purse, the power of the pocketbook. I'm all about that. I'm all good with that. But it is sad. Now, I know what some people will say. They'll say, well, if they're getting a tax break, then we have a right to make these statements. I disagree. I don't think you do. Because business is business. And, I mean, come on. It's not like Avello is working with the government of China. It's not like Avello was working with the Russian government. No, they're working with the federal government. And their boss has actually come out and said, I'm doing this to preserve jobs. All right, well. Then let's see our learned lawmakers in Hartford pull the support. Avello goes under. And then are we still going to be open for business here in Connecticut? Does Governor Lamont get up there like he does 2 or 3 times a year and go, come on, we're open for business. It's all good. Really, Governor? Really? Really? Ah, yes. Traffic and weather. Oh, no, we already did that. That's right. I'm sorry. We already did that. Oh, by the way, speaking of this, the aforementioned Governor Ned Lamont, in case you missed it, he was on with the award-winning, you know where you love her, Melissa Sheketoff on Melissa in the Morning. And Melissa asked the governor his thoughts on this Avello controversy.
I think it was, dumb, wrong, and mean-spirited. And, the mean-spirited piece about taking these folks, some of whom haven't even been charged. If they're charged, they haven't been found guilty of anything, and sticking them into a Salvadoran prison. You want to be part of that? Seems insane. My instinct is, Melissa, there may be a fair number of passengers who may say, I don't feel comfortable flying on Avello right now, and they may feel a pinch on it, which is one of the things that makes it dumb for them as well. I think we'll see at this point how it sorts out. I'd like to think they want to change course, because I think it's the wrong thing to do on every front.
Well, Governor, if you think it's the wrong thing to do and you're trying to ease them into changing course, then you, sir, need to go to your party in the General Assembly and say, you know what, let's cool it here. Let's tap the brake. Let's pump the brakes here until, at least the beginning of May when these flights are going to start here. Now, and again, you can probably tell this really frosts me off. It really does. I am a firm believer in not, as long as a business is operating legally. And with all due respect, the governor is talking about Salvadoran prisons. There is nothing that is connecting a Velo Airlines or Breeze or any other airline, at least now, to Salvadoran prisons. So could we please just tap the brake pedal a little bit? The brake pedal's in one of the middle. The accelerator's on the right and the clutch is on the left. What's a clutch? I know. What's a clutch? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Hey, maybe you're all right with this. Call or text. So again, now they are modifying legislation in Hartford. By the way, that addendum or that amendment to the bill about Avelo, that comes in to the bill in and of itself. The main part of the bill is further limiting a Connecticut agency's cooperation with ICE. Oh, my God. They love illegals in Hartford. They love it. Because I'm sitting here looking at the headline going, how much cooperation is left? Well, we're going to limit cooperation. You know what? We're going to limit cooperation, and that cooperation is going to be limited by the limiting of the limited. What's left? What's left? Rhetorical question.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump admitted people were a little bit afraid about his tariffs, so he's changed the plan for now, and the markets reacted. Broker Teddy Weisberg.
I've never quite seen the kind of volatility that we've seen the last 3 or 4 trading days, both on the negative side and clearly today on the plus side.
The Dow finished 2,957 points higher. The president insisted things could still change.
Nothing's over yet, but we have a tremendous amount of spirit from other countries, including China. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it.
CBS's Linda Kenyon at the White House.
The president is pausing trade tariffs on most nations for 90 days. Speaking outside the White House, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that's because those nations did not impose tariffs against the U.S.
As I told everyone a week ago, do not retaliate and you will be rewarded.
But China did retaliate, so in return,
China will be raised to 125 due to their insistence on escalation.
Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
CBS's Margaret Brennan on the president's change of heart.
As one investor said to me, the White House pulled the knife out of their own heart. This wasn't a victory. We did hear from the Treasury Secretary promise of future negotiations with the Japanese and the South Koreans, but CBS reporting to this point is that there isn't really a negotiation underway. There are talks about having talks.
Judges in Texas and New York have temporarily barred the administration from deporting Venezuelans jailed in those two states, while their lawyers challenge the Trump administration's use of the Alien Enemies Act. Legal analyst Laurie Levinson.
You're going to see, I think, more lawsuits like this across the country wherever the government is holding individuals that they seek to remove under this old law.
Many residents in waterlogged Kentucky are still trying to get to their homes. The floodwaters have left behind a lot of destruction.
It's just sad that we can't have school because of all the flooding. People can't leave or they don't have a home.
Correspondent Michael George reports workplace stress is on the rise.
Despite more funding for mental health care at work, employees are becoming even more stressed. A study by the European Psychiatric Association found workers say deadlines and demands placed on them are worse than ever, and many fear their jobs will make them sick. Young people in particular seem to be more vulnerable to work-related stress.
Checking the numbers again on Wall Street at the closing bell, the Dow was up more than 2,900 points. The Nasdaq and S&P 500 up as well. This is CBS News.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
So, you want to buy a house. You could go online, do your research, find the dream listing, go see it, and get catfished. Back to the drawing board. More scheduling, more viewings, more. This doesn't even look like the photos. You could finally find one that does match the photos. Then comes the offer. Stress rash? Yep, make that 3. And here's the paperwork. Yep, never-ending paperwork. It's a lot. But you don't have to do it alone. Because there's an agent who's a realtor here to guide and help protect you as you find the home that's right for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The family of a man shot and killed by Bridgeport police last week claims he was holding a vape pen when he was shot, not a gun. Police say Deshaun Best pulled a gun before he was shot in the back by a city officer, and he later died at the hospital. The victim's friend, Matthew Purdy, was driving the vehicle Best exited and spoke with WTNH-TV News 8.
I'm telling the officer, he don't got no gun. He's trying to convince me that's why he's running. No.
Best's niece, Tatiana Barrett, also spoke with News 8.
In my mind, I think he ran. He was inebriated. He had a gallon of Remy.
Police reported soon after the shooting that a handgun was found next to Best's body after he was shot, but a lawyer for the Best family disputes that claim. Attorney Darnell Crosland is planning to release new evidence in the case to the public today. In a related story, a friend of that man is charged with threatening city police. Joe Thompson is accused of posting on social media that, quote, someone should die with a badge on in response to the killing of Deshaun Best. He also posted a picture of the officer who shot and killed Best during a foot pursuit. Thompson was arrested Monday night and charged with second-degree threatening and inciting injury towards persons. A woman has what are described as, quote, traumatic injuries after a crash on I-95 in Milford yesterday morning. Milford fire officials say they responded to exit 39 northbound approximately 8:30 a.m. Tuesday and found a car that was damaged by a stray tire that flew from another vehicle that was driving southbound. The woman needed to be extricated from the car and was taken to a local hospital in stable condition. And a car carrier truck transporting 6 vehicles caught fire in Norwalk early this morning. Fire officials were notified of the truck fire approximately 5:50 this morning on I-95 just before exit 14 southbound. They said the driver of the truck tried to put it out with the fire extinguisher in the cab, but it quickly grew beyond his control. Norwalk fire officials requested a mutual aid pumper and a tanker from Stamford as a precaution. There were no injuries. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident reported near exit 53 before the Sikorsky Bridge. On 95, the northbound side plan on at least an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. And on 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Remember, Brown won't let you down. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So the love affair with the majority party in Hartford and undocumented migrants in this state continues. I saw this headline and I see this Judiciary Committee advances bill to further limit Connecticut agencies' cooperation with ICE. Despite Republican objections, well, of course, despite Republican objections. And there's now going to be part of this bill, if it passes, that would impact any company, including commercial airlines, that get any Connecticut tax subsidy. Oh, man. State law already offers some protection by limiting law enforcement sharing of info with the feds, and it doesn't surprise me they're trying to strengthen that. But get this. Now, they're not saying this is a velo, but you know what they're trying to do. This is the equivalent of, threatening somebody unless they pay protection money. It also adds a provision that any company, state contractor, or recipient of grants or other funding from the state are not to engage in or assist in activities with immigration officials. Oh, isn't that great? So state lawmakers are telling independent companies they can't work with the federal government. And you wonder why Trump won. Hello? Are you still wondering why Donald Trump is in the White House? Why he's in the White House now, why he was in the White House in 2016, and why he was almost in the White House in 2020. You still don't get it, my friends on the other side. You still don't get it. Steve Stafford said that includes airlines. He said, without naming any names, he said he knows of one that operates flights out of 2 of Connecticut's airports that's gotten a significant tax benefit. Okay, and this company's boss said yesterday in so many words, or according to emails, saying, hey, we need to do these flights to keep the company running. And doesn't Avello employ Connecticut people? I know of at least a couple of people that work at the airport and on the flights. So are we now acting like enforcers here in a dark alley saying, hey, you'll do it our way or you won't be operating? I mean, I don't think that's a stretch. I don't think that's a stretch. Avello recently signed a contract to fly federal deportation flights. Avello did not immediately return a request seeking to comment on the story, says here, but they've told news outlets they understand it's a sensitive and complicated topic. And they're trying to survive. But again, remember, here in Connecticut, we're all about business. Come to Connecticut. Are you nuts? Are you nuts? My friend Craig Fishbein, ranking Republican on Judiciary, said, quote, we are the United States of America. We agree to come together under the federal law. It's important that our federal law enforcement is able to cooperate with local law enforcement when it comes to enforcing several laws. New Fairfield Republican State Rep Patrick Callahan said, quote, this is the exact opposite of what we should be doing. This Trust Act further endangers people of the state by not allowing officers to do their jobs. Yeah, it does. But again, this is... Look, I know this might be a little bit of a stretch here. Are they trying? I'm just putting the question out there. Are they trying to put Avello out of business? Now, I will guarantee you. Now, nobody will ever say this. I will, and I'm not going to name names because frankly, I don't know. I'll guarantee you this. There will be some people that if Avello went under tomorrow, if Avello said, hey, listen, we can't do these. There's too much pressure on us. We can't do these deportation flights. So we'll cancel that. We'll limp along. And then 2 or 3 months later, they say, hey, we can't do it. We're pulling out of New Haven. Trust me. There are people that are secretly hoping for that. They would rather see jobs go away than acquiesce to a company that's got a working relationship with the Trump White House.
This spring, the WICC staff is live and local with everything you need to know every single day. Join Melissa in the morning starting at 5 for Southern Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. All the latest news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli goes live at 2 for the latest as you head home. And it's all live every weekday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 at 95.9.
Columbia Dental invites you to come to their Norwalk office for your entire family's dental health. It is their mission to provide you with comprehensive dental care you and your family deserve. Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk, located at 91 East Avenue, open 5 days a week, or visit their Manchester location at 483 Middle Turnpike West, open 7 days a week. Columbia Dental, here for you and your family for regular checkups or emergency visits. ColumbiaDental.com.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology and Super Cruise. The Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any electric vehicle SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ.
Whether your current home security is just a lock and paranoid dog, or if you have an outdated system ready for an upgrade, achieve security and peace of mind when you call the experts at Property Protection Consulting. Go to ppcalarms.com, see their solutions, view their videos, gain simple, state-of-the-art security, all working in concert and fully installed at a low cost. Schedule your complimentary consultation. ppcalarms.com.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff. If you need anything related to the trees on your property, K&J Tree Service should be your first call. They're my go-to for all of my tree issues. Did you know K&J has 0% financing available right now? You can apply from your phone. There's no credit impact. There are loan options within seconds, and they're also offering special discounts like $250 off of $2,500 jobs or more than $500 off a $5,000 job. Are your trees in distress? Is your yard losing its charm? Well, then let K&J Tree Service bring your landscape back to life with their expert tree care solutions. At K&J Tree Service, they understand the importance of maintaining the beauty and safety of your outdoor space, and their team of certified arborists offer top-notch services, including tree trimming, tree removal, stump grinding, and so much more. Go to kjtreeservice.com for your free assessment today. That's kjtreeservice.com, and you can also text them for a free assessment. 203-248-TREE.
Recently, 1 in 4 people surveyed by Bankrate.com say they're literally losing sleep because of worries that they might not have saved enough to retire. Pretty much adds up because the number one fear of planning for retirement is running out of money. So if you're ready to get serious about planning for your future, you could start by listening to Mastering Your Wealth with host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 right here on WICC 600. Also get more details online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Upper Merritt northbound accident reported near exit 53 before the Sikorsky Bridge. 95, the northbound side plan on at least an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. And on 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Remember, Brown won't let you down. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, generally fair with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high again near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You've got thoughts. Share them with Paul. Text 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And, of course, so great to have you. Talk or text at 203-333-9422. We'll get back to the stock market day today, the whole Trump double shifting on this, also the Avello issue. But we talked about what's being called a warehouse bill, and without saying it officially, others are saying this may be targeting the big Amazon warehouses in the state. To talk about what this bill is all about, the ulterior motives here, our friend Carol Platt-Lebo, the head of the Yankee Institute for Public Policy. Hey, Carol, it's Paul here. Good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, Paul. Great to be with you and your listeners. How are you?
I'm good, Carol, and I find this fascinating. They're not exactly saying it, but it appears, Carol, as you and one of your folks there, Frank Ritchie, has written about, we have a scenario here where it certainly seems like organized labor heading into an election cycle coming up for the governor's race is targeting some of these Amazon warehouses and other ones as well. Talk about this bill here.
Yes, well, that's exactly what they're doing. And it's really unfortunate because, we should want a Connecticut where families and businesses can stay, grow, and thrive. And if we have a government that's taking aim at employers, then of course, our job creators are going to leave the state. And that's not good for anybody. It's not good for the taxpayers. It's not good for job seekers. It's not good for the government. It's not good for anyone. And what this proposal will do is just introduce arbitrary standards and regulations that increase operational costs and make our state less competitive.
Now, as I understand the bill here, Carol, this would be by state fiat, not federal fiat, but by state fiat. Am I reading this right in saying this bill would force employers, they don't say it, but it's obviously Amazon, to allow workers to take a look at internal metrics or whatever, which some critics of the bill say they kind of already can. Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, what it would do is provide employees with a description of any quotas and with the opportunity to review current and historical work data. Now, the question is, what is the point of this? Because, businesses and workers have an incentive to work together. We have laws already to make sure that our workplaces are safe and that workers are able to be taken care of properly as they should be. We have federal and state laws. We have OSHA. We have market incentives. And all these things work together to make sure that workers have a humane environment, as of course they should. And so adding more bureaucratic nonsense at the state level does nothing but make places like Amazon decide, you know what, I'm just going to go somewhere where it's easier to do business, just like they did, as you'll recall, in Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's district back in the day.
Yeah, because
they just went elsewhere.
Yeah, she thought it was a bad idea to have jobs, Carol, that would have started at $125,000 a year. Who needs those, right? Yes, she said, well, they didn't fit the neighborhood. Really? I'm glad you brought her up, Carol, because sometimes some of the stuff, God bless the people on the other side of the fence, some of the stuff just doesn't make any sense. It's mind-boggling, isn't it?
That's the thing. And we all want workers to be protected. We all want, reasonable regulations in place that make our workplaces safe for people. But the fact is that, workers can, at this place, employees do have the opportunity to go and check on a kiosk to see what their productivity metrics are at any time and any point. That is my understanding. And, for the government to get involved and to set yet more regulations, to put yet more bureaucracy on top of people who want to come here and create jobs strikes me as anything but a recipe for creating more opportunities for people and more jobs in our state. And that's what we should want. We should want to be attracting employers, not driving them away.
And Carol, from what I understand and from what I read, it's interesting because he usually doesn't glom onto the stuff early. The governor is really pushing this, is he not? I find that interesting. Is he maybe worried about union support coming up if he runs again? I don't know. But to see him out in front of this, I was a little surprised.
Well, it is interesting. This was part of a bill that had a provision that was even worse, just as bad. That is, that would force taxpayers to pay unemployment for striking workers.
Yeah.
And so whether this is some sort of deal to try and, sort of split the difference. Whether this is a way to make the unions happy in advance of a reelection bid, it's very hard to speculate. But, the fact is that whatever it is, we should be trying to help the people of Connecticut and the representatives understand that what we really want are more opportunities for job creators to come here and bring jobs and opportunities for the people of Connecticut, not to drive those opportunities and those job creators away, especially when we already have plenty of state and federal laws to protect our workers as they should be protected.
It's called the warehouse bill. It's kind of called that, or the Amazon bill. And, Carol, where can my listeners go to read more about this and read some viewpoints from Yankee?
Yes, we have actually the testimony that our labor fellow, Frank Ritchie, delivered to the state legislature, and that can be found on our website, yankeeinstitute.org. Follow us on Twitter at Yankee Institute and on Instagram as well at Yankee Institute.
All right, Carol, great to hear from you. Take care, and I'm sure we will chalk down the road. Yes.
You bet. And everybody join us for our gala on April 26th. You can also buy tickets. It's going to be a great night with Fox News' Guy Benson.
Excellent. All right, Carol, be good, and we'll talk down the road. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for letting me join you and your listeners today, Paul.
Thanks, Carol. Carol Platt-Lebo, the head of the Yankee Institute. And what did she say, the 20-something of April with Guy Benson there? The annual gala. Is it gala or gala? I don't know. It's one of the great crutches I still have in the radio business. So, look, you may be in favor of this bill, but go and check it out. It is squarely aimed at the Amazon distribution facilities here in Connecticut. There's one in my town in Wallingford. No, I'm sorry, it's in North Haven. I keep saying Wallingford. That's that facility's in North Haven. There's one or two north of Hartford, I think. And the unions are claiming that workers do not have complete access to take a look at and list their metrics and look. These Amazon warehouses are not easy places to work. I know people that do and said it took them a while to get the physical stamina to do it. So this would enshrine in law in Connecticut the rights of workers that Amazon says already exist. They say, as Carol said, they can go to a kiosk and look at their productivity. Not for me. My productivity's on the couch, snoring. Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Oh, I don't know. Still waiting for the things,
All
Dr.
right.
Paul.
Yes, sir, my son. What do you have?
Well, I've got to go to Texas next month for a wedding.
Really?
So I booked on a Velo.
Did you really? Good for
Yeah.
you. Good for you. How was
Because you got a plus. But I was wondering,
Yeah.
I wonder if we could round up a bunch of these leftist politicians here in Connecticut, put them on a Novello flight and fly them south of the border, and that would help protect the taxpayers of Connecticut.
It's like that old Sinatra song, South of the Border. I'm sorry, I break into song, Bob, from time to time. You know that.
Well, this is what you do, Reverend. You're supposed to.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. I never miss a cue to just, south of the border, hey, down Mexico way.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Vermont northbound accident reported near exit 53 before the Sikorsky Bridge. 95, the northbound side plan on at least an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. And on 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Remember, Brown won't let you down. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
I'm Barbara from Trumbull, and I've used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 2012, when he diagnosed the source of a carbon monoxide problem when no one else could. I use him for maintenance and emergency situations for that reason. He has always been able to fix any problem in my home. There's no one better than Steve Basso.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
If you've been injured in an accident caused by someone else's negligence, don't bear the burden alone. The physical, emotional, and financial strains can be overwhelming. You have the right to seek compensation for all of your losses. That compensation includes medical expenses, lost wages, and damage to your vehicle, as well as compensation for the impact the accident has on your life physically and emotionally. Get Ganem Injury Lawyers. You don't have to suffer alone. George Ganem will be by your side. GanemInjuryLawyers.com.
Bumped your bumper? Kissed a curb? With Sono Collision, your car will be back to top notch in no time. Because we don't just repair, we care. Visit SonoCollision.com. Your car will thank you.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
So it looks like, as I read it, an amendment to another bill in Hartford limiting the cooperation of law enforcement with ICE. Looks like that amendment to me trying to kneecap Avello Airlines? By the way, the Attorney General has a list of demands he wants from Avello. And now, without mentioning Avello, some influential lawmakers are saying, hey, we may yank our tax assistance from you and our on the financial incentives. Is the majority in Hartford now, are they so into the migrant thing? Are they trying to kneecap Avello?
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. With all the concerns, President Trump has altered his tariffs again.
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, They were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid.
The Dow is up 2,700 points. Broker Teddy Weisberg.
The markets in general can deal with any kind of news. It can deal with good news, obviously. It can deal with bad news. But what the markets cannot deal with are the unknowns or uncertainties.
White House spokeswoman Caroline Leavitt.
There will be a 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs as these negotiations are ongoing, and the tariff level will be brought down to a universal 10% tariff.
Correspondent Ed O'Keefe.
The goal here is to now force conversation, negotiation over the next 3 months into early July. And if it's like anything else this administration has done, that deadline will move.
Again, recapping Wall Street, the Dow up 2,900 points. CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The father of the 10-year-old former Connecticut boy who was abused to death by his mother is speaking out. Keneal Williams said he and Kimberly Mills, his ex-wife, who was the mother of their son, Xavier Williams, divorced in 2022, and she moved to Florida with Xavier, his younger brother, and her boyfriend. Williams said at first the communication went well. He would talk to his sons twice a day, but in the period of time leading up to Xavier's death, the communication started to lessen. In a conversation with Fox 61, Williams says if he talked to Mills and asked to speak to his sons, his ex-wife would say they were too busy or couldn't talk.
I talked to my younger son, and he said Xavier is either doing homework. The kids, they're timid. They're scared. They're not going to open up to you if anything is going on because the mom is right there.
Williams went on to say how devastated he was when he heard the news.
It's been a nightmare for me because I could not come to terms that a mom who carried a child for 9 months and to abuse him the way they did. It's unbelievable.
Florida State Attorney Bill Gladson said prosecutors will be seeking the death penalty for Mills and her boyfriend, Andre Walker.
We are seeking the death penalty as to both defendants.
Williams says he knows his son will be remembered as a hero.
The name that I give him is a star boy. He's going to keep shining wherever he's in heaven.
3 people are accused of trying to steal an ATM machine from a diner in Fairfield. Police say the attempted theft of the ATM machine happened February 2nd at the Southport Diner. Officers found evidence of forced entry to the diner and damage consistent with an attempt to steal the ATM machine. Police say they were able to link the case to other similar cases in the state. Charged in the case are Edgar Crespo of Stratford, along with Donnie James and Francisco Ayala, both of Bridgeport. A man has pleaded guilty to charges related to the 2023 car crash that killed Hartford Police Detective Bobby Garton. Richard Barrington was accused of fleeing a traffic stop and crashing into a police cruiser that was going to another call, killing Garton and seriously injuring his partner. Barrington has pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter and first-degree assault and will be given a preliminary sentence of 20 years. Garton's brother Will spoke to WTNH-TV News 8 after Barrington appeared in court to plead guilty.
20 years is not enough time, in my opinion, and that seems to be the cap. I don't envy the judge at all. That's going to have to look out into the courtroom and see police officers and tell the police officers 20 years is all your life is worth.
Will Garton says while the maximum sentence calls for Barrington to serve a 41-year prison term, they were hoping for at least 30. The sailboat that had been reported missing after departing New Haven for North Carolina has been found. The sailboat, named Hot Chocolate, was located yesterday by a cargo ship and a U.S. Coast Guard plane around 50 miles off Long Island, New York. The 3 people were on the sailboat when it departed New Haven on April 5th, and all 3 are safe. The boat apparently became disabled during the trip. And Avello Airlines is blaming recent financial struggles at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport for the decision to run ICE deportation flights. Avello's CEO Andrew Levy said in an email to employees that the opportunity was too valuable not to pursue. Levy's email also indicated that Avello's business in New Haven has recently suffered, partially because of competition from Breeze Airways. Avello will start running the ICE flights out of Arizona next month. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Vermont northbound accident reported near exit 53 before the Sikorsky Bridge. 95, the northbound side plan on at least an hour from Greenwich going through Fairfield. A few breaks along the way through. And on 95 out of New Haven, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. Traffic report is powered by Brown Roofing. Brown Roofing is Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Remember, Brown won't let you down. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, generally fair with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high again near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Saying what you need to hear. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Only on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So does the majority in Hartford consider, what do they consider important? Are they willing to see a company leave a major airport in the state? Are they willing to see jobs go away because they're so stone-headed about migration and immigration? Because that's apparently what we're looking at here now. And, of course, we've had the Attorney General, William Tong. We've had his head explode because of Avello Airlines out of New Haven, which does get some state support. I'm not saying they don't. I think there's a tax deal there with jet fuel or something like that. So, look, I'm not going to sit here and say they don't get any state support here. But that state support helps keep the company alive. We have found that out. Avelo Contracting, they're not even doing these flights yet. It would start next month. So here's the scenario. They get some, look, the airline business is a ruthless business. They are tied, not tied, but they are tied into, I should say, a competition against Breeze and other low-cost airways. Again, they don't make a lot of margin on those cheap seats. So the state helps them out. And apparently they are so worried, their boss said they contracted with the federal government to do some of these deportation flights. They haven't started yet. So for a lot of people from the governor on down who says, hey, some of these things are done by mistake. Okay, but Avelo's not running their flights. So Avelo gets state assistance. They're getting federal money to help maintain cash flow, at least their boss says, right? So they can still be operating, still employ people from Connecticut elsewhere. So that's all in balance here. But our lawmakers in Hartford, I guess now, are threatening some of the state support because they don't like the fact that Avelo has lawfully, from what we're able to gather, entered into a contractual agreement with the federal government. I'm assuming it's lawful that we haven't heard anything else. But again, the Democratic majority in Hartford, I know what you're saying. Well, it's always the Democrats. Yes, it is. They have added language to a new immigration bill that would impact any company, including commercial airlines, that gets any Connecticut tax subsidy. So here's the question. And I think this is a fair question. Does the majority in Hartford want to put Avelo out of business? Well, that's ridiculous, Paul. Is it? Is it? Because, again, I heard that podcast the other day that every undocumented migrant that may be deported for valid reasons or otherwise is one less person here to be counted in the 2030 census, and that hurts blue states. It does. The amendment says it adds a provision that any company, state contractor, or recipient of grants or other funding from the state are not to engage in or assist in activities with immigration officials. All right. So they know this could financially hurt Avelo. So again, I don't think a lot of you may be angry out there. Maybe some of you listening in Hartford. I think it's a valid question. Does the Democratic majority in Hartford want to put Avelo Airlines out of business? Fair question. Let's put it. What do I think? I don't. I got to be careful here. I would think that thought has crossed some of our lawmakers' minds. Let me just say that. Bill in Fairfield. Hello there, Bill. How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing well. I'm stuck on this highway.
Yeah.
I think that the Breeze Avelo situation is a direct competition. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think there's enough room for one airline there. Mm-hmm. Never mind two. Mm-hmm. Am I correct in believing they got $100 million infusion coming to those airlines?
I don't have, Bill. I do not have the number in front of me. I do not know. I could probably find that out, but I don't know the exact number.
And it also seems that Attorney General Tong is quite a bit of a shakedown artist, and it seems like Avelo is the latest target on their backs. And it blows my mind to watch the commerce coming through Connecticut. Mm-hmm. And from 6 a.m., you can't get from New Haven to Greenwich. Yeah. It's just impossible. I don't know how these truckers can afford to drive through Connecticut. All of it seems negative, anti-commerce, and help me understand it.
Well,
Governor Lamont, this morning I was listening to him talk to Melissa, who I absolutely love.
Yeah.
And I really try, I've said this before, I try to love Governor Lamont, and then all of a sudden it's just so anti-commerce. It's hard to understand.
Yeah.
So help me understand, Paul.
Bill, Bill, thank you. Bill, I'm not a miracle worker, man. I don't look. There's an election coming up. Well, there's two things at work here. And we talk about Governor Lamont, and believe me, he tries to hold the line on taxes, and he tries to hold the line on the crazy stuff. But every so often, like with this warehouse bill, what they call the Amazon bill, he's got to throw a bone to part of his base. I understand that. So that's why. But if you listen to the way the governor does it, and I'll give him credit on this, he tries to walk a line of being a Democrat, but not being completely nuts. Are they all not? No, stop that. And as far as the Attorney General, Mr. Tong, and the migrant thing, like I said, the blue states are losing people to the South. Florida, the Carolinas, Texas, the Southwest, New Mexico, Arizona. So, again, come that 2030 census, if they don't have enough people, remember the census doesn't count citizens. It counts everyone. And if that everyone is not as big as it used to be because of a crackdown on immigration, it will drastically shift power in the U.S. House, maybe for decades to come.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code QUICK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code QUICK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code QUICK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
After a tumultuous overnight session, stocks exploded to the upside after President Trump put a 90-day pause on many tariffs, causing the market to reverse course from last night and close substantially higher, with the Dow gaining 2,962 points to 40,608, a 7.8% gain, its biggest one-day gain in 5 years. The S&P up 474 points to 5456. The Nasdaq surging 12%, or 1,857 points to 17,126. 124. That is the biggest gain in decades. 10-year note yields after a very wild night finished at 4.36%. Oil reversed course and finished higher. Gold up $119 to $31.09. All of this chaos going back and forth until Treasury Secretary Bessent followed up the president's announcement and said he would begin negotiating with 75 different countries. However, the president increased tariffs on China to 125%. Tomorrow, we get CPI inflation data that could keep things interesting.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stopped, opt out. Individual results may vary. Consult a doctor prior to use.
You've lost so much weight. How'd you do it? I got medical treatment for weight loss through Zelty and lost 50 pounds. I struggled for the longest time, but Zelty makes it easy and affordable to get weight loss treatment 100% online. Zelty providers can prescribe FDA-approved weight loss medications clinically shown to help people lose weight, like Wegovy, Zepbound, and others. I've heard those medications can help you lose weight, but aren't they expensive? Zelty can help get the medication covered by insurance, so it's as little as $0 a month. What if you don't have insurance? No problem. Zelty may be able to help you get other GLP-1 medications for 80 to 90% off the price of name brand medications. I'm ready to start losing weight. How do I get started with Zelty? Just text.
Text SUNNY to 200-300 to get started today with Zelty and see if weight loss medications like Wegovy and Zepbound are right for you. Don't wait. Text now for a link to your exclusive offer. Text SUNNY to 200-300. That's SUNNY to 200-300. SUNNY to 200-300.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on at least an hour from Greenwich going through Trumbull and Bridgeport through New Haven. 95, plenty of company on either side going through Long Wharf and West Haven. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, you're on the brakes from exit 60 down into the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
Where Southern Connecticut comes for the real story. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Are there political powers in the state who would now like to see Avelo Airlines go under? I don't think that's a crazy question. I think there are. Now, hopefully they're not in the majority with that thinking because, you know, there are some local people who work for Avelo, either in ground crew or flight attendants. I know a few, or, you know, work in and around Tweed and New Haven. All this money trickles down. We get it. We understand it. But there is yet another attempt to amend the Trust Act in Hartford. And now there has been an amendment to that bill that seems to me, although nobody's saying it outright, probably their lawyers say don't mention Avelo by name, seems that the majority in Hartford is trying to kneecap Avelo. Looks like a scene right out of The Sopranos. Where's my friend? My brother in Paul's, Paulie Walnuts. Where is he? Where's Big Pussy? Where's Johnny Sack? The bill adds a provision that any company, state contractor, or recipient of grants or other funding from the state are not to engage in or assist in activities with immigration officials. Bridgeport Democratic State Rep Steve Stastrom said that includes airlines without naming any names. He says he knows of one that operates flights out of 2 of Connecticut's airports that's gotten a significant tax benefit. All right? So if they do this with the federal government, then I would ask legislators, are you going to pull the tax benefit? And if you're going to, just be upfront and say it. Say, listen, we want to bury Avelo here. We want to bury them. Avelo offers flights out of Tweed and Bradley, recently signed a contract to fly federal deportation flights. Attorney General William Tong on Tuesday called the current administration's deportation plan cruel and reckless and said that because Avelo has freely chosen to profit from and facilitate these atrocities. God almighty, this guy. Atrocities! This is the same guy that keeps saying that an AR-15 is a weapon of war. It's not. Atrocities. Good God, stop it. God. Listen, I think there are I don't know who, there are probably some that are saying, I really would guess that there are a lot of Democrats in Hartford looking up at their leadership going, oh no, geez, for freak's sake, don't do this. Do you wonder why you know who's in the White House again? Atrocities. My God. Paul in Shelton's here. Hi, Paul. How are you?
Hi, Paul. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
I would love Lamont and Tong to say what airline flew the immigrants in to the state and the bus companies that drove them in from New York. There's not a word about that, and they did come in that way. They didn't walk from Texas.
No.
Or the border, or from New York even, and they're unmarked planes and buses. But that's okay, and nobody knows?
Yes, it is. Yeah, rhetorical question, Paul. It is okay because they need to maintain the numbers for the 2030 census. Yes.
Yeah, well, that's true, too. But the truth is they were, let's call it importing or transporting illegal aliens into, not out of. But they're going against the airline that's going to do something that is illegal, but is going to be punished and probably go out of business.
Yeah, I mean, Paul, you don't know, and hopefully they survive. And Paul, thank you from the road. Appreciate that. Yeah, but would it surprise me if in a closed room anonymously I asked a bunch of the majority legislators in Hartford and said, hey, on the immigration thing, would you be disappointed if a Velo went out of business? I would bet you more than half of the people in that room would say no, they wouldn't. That's just me. William Tong, the Attorney General, and again, you have to understand something. When I criticize these people, it's never personal. I'm sure these are fine people. I've had some on my show before. It's on policy. He has sent a letter, the Attorney General, who supposedly is supposed to represent all of us in Connecticut, not just one side or the other. He has sent a letter or a list of questions to Avello that he wants answered. Question 1, please provide a copy of your contract as it relates to its work for the Department of Homeland Security or its agent, contractor, or subcontractor. Right out of The Sopranos. Can Avello confirm, number 2, that it will not operate deportation flights from any Connecticut airport? Okay. Question 3, can Avello confirm it will never operate flights while nonviolent passengers are in shackles, handcuffs, waist chains, and or leg irons and unable to safely evacuate in the event of an emergency? Now, again, this is not a state-owned company. And they're not doing these flights, at least for now, out of Connecticut. It's a private transaction between, yes, somebody who does business in Connecticut and has taken Connecticut subsidies and the federal government. So pull the subsidies then and make them go out of business, if that's what you really want. Question number 4 from our Attorney General, should restraint be necessary for a specific individual to protect public safety, can Avello confirm it will never operate a flight without a safe and timely evacuation strategy for all passengers? Number 5, can Avello confirm it will never operate flights with shackled children? On Saturday, March 15th, the federal judge ordered the immediate return of a deportation flight destined for El Salvador, operated by Global X. The Trump White House refused to comply. Can Avello confirm it will never operate deportation flights in defiance of such court orders? 2 more to go here. Number 7, he wants to know, can Avello confirm it will never operate a deportation flight involving passengers for whom there is no valid order of removal? And number 8, can Avello confirm that it will never operate a flight to deport a child born on American soil? So there you go. So again, rather than lower our energy costs, rather than pass a real comprehensive package of ballot security measures heading toward no excuse absentee ballots, rather than being sure that police in Connecticut have the full freedom and faith and backing of the state to get people who use substances off the road. So rather than any of that, we are worried for some reason about this. Yes. We continue right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 more, the Parkway northbound plan on at least an hour from Greenwich going through Trumbull and Bridgeport through New Haven. 95, plenty of company on either side going through Long Wharf and West Haven. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, you're on the brakes from exit 60 down into the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, generally fair with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high again near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
We all know prices are going up. So at Hot Tub Discounts in North Branford, we're having an inventory clearance sale. We have 78 hot tubs and swim spas in stock, and everyone is on sale. You'll find $14,000 hot tubs with 40 jets loaded with features on sale for $79.95. Swim spas at 50% off. To view all models and pricing, visit hottubdiscounts.com. Hot Tub Discounts clearance sale ends Sunday.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at betternestegg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to betternestegg.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
All right, if you want to, and I'm getting more texts on this and emails. I promise we will get to those before the program is out here. And again, and I'm getting some saying, hey, you know, these deportation flights have not been perfect. No, and nobody's saying they have been. Nobody's saying they have been. And if these flights in and of themselves were actually leaving from Tweed and or Bradley and Windsor Locks and using, you know, Connecticut planing and deplaning facilities here, I might buy into that a little more. But as one of our callers said, and as I'm reading now, you mean to tell me that nobody else who uses a Velo, and maybe especially Bradley, is participating in this in any way, shape, or form? Like one of our callers said, what about bus companies, huh?
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Cheers on Wall Street ending on a positive note for a change after the president paused tariffs on most nations. Kelly O'Grady of Money Watch.
This was the single biggest day for the Dow in terms of a rally since 2020, and you really saw it in tech stocks that had been getting hammered, which, by the way, is good news for your 401k.
Linda Kenyon has more on the president's decision from the White House.
The president says most of his trade tariffs are now on hold.
Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate, because I told them if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China, because they did retaliate.
Trump says nations that did not respond by raising tariffs against the United States have been reaching out to negotiate. Even China, he says, wants to make a deal. They just don't know how to go about it. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Ramy Inocencio reports there are other measures China could take in this trade war.
Beijing right now is weakening its currency. And the reason for this, how this is helpful for China, is that it makes China's exports cheaper against other countries. There are other things that China is signaling in terms of propping up the markets.
Federal judges in 2 states are blocking the Trump administration from using a rarely used statute for deportations. CBS's Stacey Lynn has that.
Judges in both
Both New York and Texas have granted temporary restraining orders blocking the administration from moving 5 Venezuelans out of the country until they can fight the government's attempt to deport them under the Alien Enemies Act. 3 of the men are being detained in a facility in Texas, the other 2 in New York. All of the men were identified as belonging to the Tren de Aragua gang, a claim they deny. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
The rain-swollen Ohio River in Louisville, Kentucky is at its highest level in years. Much of the small town of West Point has been swamped. Patsy Chapman remained in her home despite being surrounded by brown, murky water.
It's my home. It'll always be my home. The town, it's my family, and I don't want to lose that.
The floodwaters are slowly receding. Rescue workers in the Dominican Republic are still looking for possible survivors from the roof collapse at a nightclub. The death toll is at 124. It could still climb. Hundreds were injured. Ukraine said today it's identified more Chinese soldiers fighting for Russia. Israel's defense minister says his army is seizing large areas of Gaza and incorporating them into buffer zones, which will then be cleared of inhabitants. Israel says it's to force Hamas to release hostages. Again, on Wall Street, the Dow finished up nearly 3,000. This is CBS News.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You could save big when you bundle your auto, home, motorcycle, RV, or boat. Visit Progressive.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-230-2777. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or biglou.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A smoke shop in Westport has been raided again approximately a month after police had previously raided it. THC products were again found at Savvy Smoker on the Post Road East in Westport. Pre-rolled marijuana cigarettes, canisters of THC flower, THC resin products, THC vape cartridges, and THC edible products were all found and seized, according to police. The shop was raided because police had received complaints that they were selling cannabis illegally as well as selling products to minors, and police say the shop continued to sell unlicensed cannabis after the first raid. A woman has what are described as, quote, traumatic injuries after a crash on I-95 in Milford yesterday morning. Milford fire officials say they responded to exit 39 northbound approximately 8:30 a.m. Tuesday and found a car that was damaged by a stray tire that flew from another vehicle that was driving southbound. The woman needed to be extricated from the car and was taken to a local hospital in stable condition. A car carrier truck transporting 6 vehicles caught fire in Norwalk early this morning. Fire officials were notified of the truck fire approximately 5:50 this morning on I-95 just before exit 14 southbound. They said the driver of the truck tried to put it out with the fire extinguisher in the cab, but it quickly grew beyond his control. Norwalk fire officials requested a mutual aid pumper and a tanker from Stamford as a precaution. There were no injuries. And the sailboat that had been reported missing after departing New Haven for North Carolina has been found. The sailboat named Hot Chocolate was located yesterday by a cargo ship and a U.S. Coast Guard plane around 50 miles off Long Island, New York. The 3 people were on the sailboat when it departed New Haven on April 5th, and all 3 are safe. The boat apparently became disabled during the trip. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on at least an hour from Greenwich going through Trumbull and Bridgeport through New Haven. 95, plenty of company on either side going through Long Wharf and West Haven. On the Wilbur Cross southbound, you're on the brakes from exit 60 down into the West Rock Tunnel. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Busy day. Our pal Dan Haar coming up in just a bit to talk about a column that really is rubbing a lot of Republicans in the state the wrong way. We'll dial up Dan in just a bit, but boy, we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. First 3 hours in the books. Well, now the president earlier today, Mr. Trump, calling a bit of a timeout here. Was he getting scared? Was he nervous? What happened was, right before we went on the air, about 1:30 this afternoon, he took to social media and said, well, all those tariffs, with the exception of the tariffs on China, or as he likes to say, China, we're going to put those on hold for 90 days because people are coming to the table here. They want to negotiate. Okay, I understand what he said there. My guess is, and I wonder if you agree with me on this, I think he blinked. And sometimes it's okay to blink, even when you're winning. Sometimes you pick your battles. I mean, for example, did you know in the Revolutionary War, and I only found this out a few years ago, listening to an audiobook, you know, the George Washington's army, if I remember this correctly, the rebel army, the Revolutionary War army, they only won one battle. They won one battle and fought to a draw in the other battle. And the point I'm bringing up is sometimes it doesn't take much, but if you know when to retreat and when to pull back and when to prosecute a battle or know, hey, I've got chips on the table here, now I can get into this. Nothing wrong with blinking. I think he blinked. I honestly think he blinked. But blinked in a good way. I think he blinked in a good way. And I don't say that with any sort of malice toward him or any sort of criticism. Again, because at least he's tackling big issues like the trade deficit, like Ukraine and Russia, like immigration, that a lot of presidents of both parties would rather say, nah, you know what, let's just keep it the way it is. Now, it upsets me when he uses a sledgehammer instead of a scalpel, but that's kind of a cross-party thing. So that's the big story today nationally. Is that, and by the way, the market turned down like unbelievably. It went from another day in the bloody deep red, and it's everything ended up in the green. So if you had a hunch, if you had an insider hunch late last night, overnight, or early today, and you bought, man, you made out. I mean, some of the indices were up 6, 7, 8, 10%. So there's that. You may disagree with me, and we've got a lot of texts and calls on that today. So that's one question. Did Mr. Trump blink? Did he blink defensively, knowing that if he didn't blink, his financial people, Lutnick and Besant, were saying, we can't do this. It's okay to blink, Mr. President. It's okay to call the timeout. So who called the timeout, his people or him? Question one. Question two. The other big local story of the day today, having to do with Avelo Airlines. Is the Democratic majority in Hartford trying to put Avelo out of business? Why do I say that? Well, they're pushing out another bill. It passed out of a committee in Hartford along party lines. Has to do with limiting even less, cooperation from law enforcement with ICE. And in that bill, there's language there to say, hey, the state could pull its support from any contractor or anybody it does support if they cooperate in certain ways with immigration officials that Connecticut doesn't like. Now, I get it. They can do that. If we're giving somebody tax money or tax incentives or any sort of a deal to stay in the state. Okay, there is a moral aspect to lawmaking. I get it. But I want, because we're finding out here now over the past few days, Avello's boss is saying, hey, we took those deportation flights, and they haven't happened yet, and who knows, they may walk away from the contract. I suspect they might. But having said that, he said, hey, the money was good enough, and it allows us to keep going as an employer, which includes people employed in this area. So you're at a scenario now where I wonder if you've got lawmakers in Hartford, men and women that we vote for, that draw state salaries, who are suddenly going to make value judgments here simply on Avello because they work with Trump. Do our lawmakers make a value judgment on everything, or is it just kind of rubber stamping here? And to the point, do you think, as I do, that there just may be some lawmakers in Hartford, in so many words, saying, hey, screw Avello. Let's pull this stuff. If they go out of business, too blank and bad. Sadly, honestly, I think that, I don't know how many of them are up there, but I have a funny feeling that there are some people in Hartford who really, honestly want to see Avello go under.
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
A.G. Williams Painting. A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
Imagine your house perfectly painted. Fresh colors, clean lines, looking better than ever. And now imagine a painting experience that's just as good. We're talking friendly painters, easy communication, and never feeling in the dark. With A.G. Williams Painting, you don't have to imagine it.
A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
A.G. Williams Painting has been painting in your neighborhood since 1906, and they know how to do it right. You'll love their team, too. A.G. Williams Painting has career craftspeople who are totally dedicated to their work and invested in your project. That means peace of mind and a paint job you can be proud of.
A.G. Williams Painting. A.G. Williams Painting. The people you trust to do the job right.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
Connecticut Paid Leave, making time for life's most important moments.
To recover from illness or injury.
To give your employees peace of mind.
To welcome home an active duty service member.
To help a loved one get better.
To get help for your mental health.
To welcome a new addition to your family.
To leave an unsafe home.
Learn more about accessing the benefits of Connecticut Paid Leave. Visit ctpaidleave.org.
How low can you go? No, it's not a limbo contest. We're asking about how low can the radon level in your home go? With Apex Radon Solutions as your trusted local radon mitigation expert, the answer is lower than you ever thought possible. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. The higher the number, the higher the risk. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to schedule a free radon test.
Touchdowns, goals, spikes. What was this week's play of the week in local high school sports? Check out the high school sports play of the week at therudenreport.com. See and subscribe. Powered by the new Genesis of Ridgefield, located in Norwalk.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. Parkway overall is only slightly better. Out of New Haven on 95 south, jamming through Longhorn into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound, accident reported approaching the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks. Just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, generally fair with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high again near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Just a man who has a lot of thoughts. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli is back on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, it's a midweek Wednesday, and that means it's time for this guy, Hearst Connecticut Media, senior editor and columnist, Dan Haar, who was, at least in some of the circles I hang out in online, creating quite a ruckus. Mr. Haar, good afternoon, sir. How are you? Dan, go ahead. I'm sorry. I had something out of position here on the board. How are you, sir?
Oh, great to be here. Absolutely, yes.
Well, thank you. So now, as you might imagine, Dan, I keep an eye on some, shall we say, right-leaning sites locally. A lot of people, in fact, some you may even know in the state. And your piece on Aaron Stewart was not exactly, how should I put this? Although it was a great piece, I loved it. Warmly received, or are you surprised by that or not? And for people who didn't read it, talk about that piece.
Aaron Stewart has been a moderate Republican for the whole time and any of us have been following her career. She's been mayor. She's only 37, but she's been mayor of New Britain, as you know, for 11 years. And she's done a credible job there. Some say much better than credible. In stabilizing that city's finances and so forth. Mm-hmm. And her brand is really as a moderate Republican who gets things done. And so for her to write in an economic defense of Trump's disastrous tariffs from an economic standpoint, right? If you want to be a Trump loyalist, that's fine. Yeah. And you can say, I trust the guy and he's a winner and all that stuff. But there is no economic defense of the tariffs, the way he has imposed the tariffs, as the case shows that he had to suspend today for 90 days. Yeah. And so when Mayor Stewart, posted a defense of it on economic grounds, saying, I think it works, it's good economics, that's what I teed up on and said, support your president if you want, but don't tell me that's good economics, because it's not. And so that's really the gist of what I wrote. And it did get to your point on certainly X, a lot of negative commentary as me as a liberal. But if I'm a, quote, liberal attacking those tariffs, then I join the liberal editorial page of the Wall Street Journal and the liberal American Enterprise Institute and the liberal Hoover Institution in defending the global trade system against those tariffs.
Yeah. So, but listen, look, you know what, Dan? It made people think, and when you write a piece like that, and I respect you for how you write this stuff. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people, I suspect, even within the Republican Party, who may say, I don't really like this, but I gotta root for the team. I mean, isn't that, Dan Haar? Isn't that the essence of this whole team? That this whole thing, that whether it's left or right, up or down, we root for the uniform, don't we? If we want to win.
We do, but if I'm a newspaper columnist and a presence online in Connecticut, which I am, I'm going to make the point that she has a shot at being governor of the state of Connecticut. And I said in the column that she's done a good job, and that if the Democrats self-destruct, look, for a Republican to win these days for governor, the Democrats certainly, they need a little bit of help from the Democrats. Yeah. But the Democrats are very good at shooting themselves in the foot. For example, if they spend too much money and blow through the spending cap this year, that might count as shooting themselves in the foot. And so she has a window. There is as they say, a path to victory for Aaron Stewart, right? It may be a narrow path because she has to do the threading of the needle. She has to get through the primary, which is largely conservative, 300,000 to 400,000, not even that showing up at the polls, maybe 80,000 people showing up at the polls to win a Republican primary. And then she has to beat the Democrat. So that's the context in which I wrote.
Dan Haar, the guest, of course, every Wednesday at this time, Hearst, Connecticut Media. Donald Trump's second term and the pandemic. You make you make that comparison. Talk about that.
Yeah, well, as Stephen Colbert said, this time the illness is the president or something like that. You know, I am comparing a virus to a human consciously, and the number one point that I make about both is that both coronavirus, as we called it in the early days, and Trump too, are all about chaos.
Yeah.
Right. As I wrote several times 5 years ago during the pandemic, if you like order and you like predictability, this is not the pandemic for you.
No.
Because every day there was a different surprise. Every day there was some crazy stuff happening that you know, and it could be in science, it could be in education, it could be in politics, it could be in sports, and it is that same thing with Trump. The other comparison that I made with Trump and coronavirus is both things, the president and the virus, were all about creating isolation, right? In other words, the virus isolated us by us having to live separately. You couldn't go out. The president isolates us from the world by having, by attacking our allies, by attacking NATO, by attacking Zelensky. He's also in trade pursuing an isolationist policy, and so both tended to be isolation. And there were lots of other comparisons, and I'm happy to debate that comparison if somebody wants.
All right, we should put that one on pay-per-view. A couple of other things here before we get to the Avello thing, which I have a theory on. But housing, and again, the housing thing, it's always there, Dan Haar, in almost every legislative session, but what is going on here with that?
This is a pretty watered-down version of fair share. For the listeners who haven't followed that buzzword, buzzwords, fair share is the belief, and it's not any one bill, but it is the belief that each city and town in Connecticut, each town, the cities already do, each town in Connecticut should be responsible for allowing a certain amount of affordable housing. Yeah. Even New Canaan. I'm talking to you, New Canaan.
Wow.
And I'm channeling Doug Clark.
Boy.
in any case, even New Canaan, even Darien has been better than New Canaan. But every town should have the responsibility, and that's how you have an economically diverse state. And we think that's a better thing. Now, I get that the other side has an argument. Fair share is essentially the various sets of bills that lays out how we can move toward that. The version that's up right now in the legislature is about as watered down as it gets. 4 years ago, there was a pretty stringent bill that said, if you don't build, we're going to give you a number, and if you don't build that number, we won't, as David Letterman used to say to states, you won't have a quarter. We won't make a quarter. Right? In other words, the state will have sanctions against the town that does. We don't do that. This is all carrot, this bill. There's no stick.
No stick.
This is all, how can we help you get to this point? And it still probably won't pass.
Yeah, I mean, it's so provincial, Dan, really. And finally, and I've gotten like 2.5 hours of calls on this today, text messages, emails, people angry on one side or the other. In about the 90 seconds we have left, what's your take on the Avello thing? And we know the nuts and bolts on this, but you have Mr. Tong, you have the governor trying to tread lightly, you've got the legislature weighing in. Now, what are your thoughts on this?
I feel strongly both ways. This is a tough. This is a tough issue. Mm-hmm. And what I can say is that it is reprehensible for an airline that is trying to appeal and has two of its hubs, one in Burbank and one in New Haven, in areas that have a lot of people that are rather insulted by these flights and think they're rather insensitive. But on the other hand, look, Avello is a startup airline. They had a very fast start, and they're facing some headwinds.
Yeah.
They're, like any airline, airlines are notorious.
Oh, it's a rough business. Oh, it's horrible.
It's a rough business. And Andrew, my colleague, Mark Zaretsky, quoted an email from Andrew Levy, the founder and CEO of Avello, that said, look, this is going to help us bring flights to New Haven. Mm-hmm. And that's tough to argue with.
It is, and I don't think we've heard the last of it. Folks, all these stories go on. Google his name, check them out. They all come down in a nice, easy-to-read format there. Dan Haar, Hearst, Connecticut Media, senior editor and a columnist. Dan, be good. Have a good weekend, and we'll chat next week, sir. Appreciate it.
Great to be here.
All right, thanks. Dan Haar there. You agree with him, disagree with him, either side, but he's a good writer, and he writes some really interesting stuff. Don't yell when you read it. Read it and soak it all in. Traffic and weather together right here on what is it? Oh, it's Wednesday on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. A few breaks along the way through. Parkway overall is only slightly better. Out of New Haven on 95, south jamming through Longwharf into West Haven. Wilbur Cross southbound accident reported approaching the West Rock Tunnel. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks. Just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
When disaster strikes, whether it's a house fire, furnace malfunction, or burst pipes, trust me, Felicia, the owner of Robin Hood Adjusters, to be your advocate. With over a decade of experience, I specialize in increasing the settlement value of your insurance claim and shielding you from unethical lowball offers by the insurance giants. Visit RobinHoodAdjustersCT.com and see how I can help protect your interests and get you the compensation you deserve. At Robin Hood Adjusters, I work for you.
Perfectly designed, meticulously loaded with prizes. Its sleek design with so many opportunities to win. Make the Win Big scratch ticket the ticket. And with a top prize of $3 million, winning big may be the biggest understatement to date. Play the Win Big scratch ticket from the Connecticut Lottery today. Overall odds 1 in 3.00. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline, call 888-789-7777.
Some of the best sounds you'll ever hear are generic. Safe. Effective. Even money-saving. Just like FDA-approved generic drugs. Even if they don't come in the exact same color or shape as their brand name equivalents, they have the same key ingredients and go through a rigorous review process. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist today and visit fda.gov/generic drugs. Generics are safe, effective, and can save you money. You'll like the sound of that.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News special report. President Trump changed course today, granting a reprieve to many countries from his tariffs. He's been watching the markets, which soared on the news.
There's a lot of winning out there, and we're having a good day in the stock market, as you can see, an all-time record day, and hopefully it continues. I think it should.
The NASDAQ finished more than 12% higher, but Trump indicated he still believes his tariffs are the right course.
I think it's going to work out amazing. I think that our country is going to be at the end of a year or shorter, but I think we're going to have something that nobody would have dreamt possible.
Brokers like Teddy Weisberg know things could turn around quickly, but for now, many Americans will be relieved.
I think it's going to make a lot of people feel a lot better, at least as far as their 401ks and IRAs and their general overall portfolios are concerned.
And again, checking the numbers on Wall Street, the Dow finished the day nearly 3,000 points higher. The S&P 500 up as well. CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
The family of a man shot and killed by Bridgeport police last week claims he was holding a vape pen when he was shot and not a gun. Police say Deshaun Best pulled a gun before he was shot in the back by a city officer, and he later died at the hospital. The victim's friend, Matthew Purdy, was driving the vehicle Best exited and spoke with WTNH-TV News 8.
I'm telling the officer, he don't got no gun. He's trying to convince me that's why he's running. No.
Best's niece, Tatiana Barrett, also spoke with News 8.
In my mind, I think he ran. He was inebriated. He had a gallon of Remy.
Police reported soon after the shooting that a handgun was found next to Best's body after he was shot, but a lawyer for the Best family is disputing that claim. Attorney Darnell Crosland was scheduled to release new evidence in the case to the public earlier this afternoon. In a related story, a friend of Best is charged with threatening city police. Joe Thompson is accused of posting on social media that, quote, someone should die with a badge on in response to the killing of Best. He also posted a picture of the officer who shot and killed Best during the foot pursuit. Thompson was arrested Monday night and charged with second-degree threatening and inciting injury towards persons. In other news this afternoon, the father of the 10-year-old former Connecticut boy who was abused to death by his mother is speaking out. Keneal Williams said he and Kimberly Mills, his ex-wife, who was the mother of their son, Xavier Williams, divorced in 2022, and she moved to Florida with Xavier, his younger brother, and her boyfriend. Williams said at first the communication went well. He would talk to his sons twice a day, but in the period of time leading up to Xavier's death, the communication started to lessen. In a conversation with Fox 61, Williams says if he talked to Mills and asked to speak to his sons, his ex-wife would say they were too busy or couldn't talk.
I talked to my younger son, and he said Xavier is either doing homework. The kids, they're timid. They're scared. They're not going to open up to you if anything is going on because the mom is right there.
Williams went on to say how devastated he was when he heard the news.
It's been a nightmare for me because I could not come to terms that a mom who carried a child for 9 months and to abuse him the way they did, it's unbelievable.
Florida State Attorney Bill Gladson said prosecutors will be seeking the death penalty for Mills and her boyfriend, Andre Walker.
We are seeking the death penalty as to both defendants.
Williams says he knows his son will be remembered as a hero.
The name that I give him is a star boy. He's going to keep shining wherever he's in heaven.
A man has pleaded guilty to charges related to the 2023 car crash that killed Hartford Police Detective Bobby Garton. Richard Barrington was accused of fleeing a traffic stop and crashing into a police cruiser that was going to another call, killing Garton and seriously injuring his partner. Barrington has pleaded guilty to first-degree manslaughter and first-degree assault and will be given a preliminary sentence of 20 years. Garton's brother, Will, spoke to WTNH-TV News 8 after Barrington appeared in court to plead guilty.
20 years is not enough time, in my opinion, and that seems to be the cap. I don't envy the judge at all. That's going to have to look out into the courtroom and see police officers and tell the police officers 20 years is all your life is worth.
Will Garton says while the maximum sentence calls for Barrington to serve a 41-year prison term, they were hoping for at least 30. 3 people are accused of trying to steal an ATM machine from a diner in Fairfield. Police say the attempted theft of the ATM machine happened February 2nd at the Southport Diner. Officers found evidence of forced entry to the diner and damage consistent with an attempt to steal the ATM machine. Police say they were able to link the case to other similar cases in the state. Charged in the case are Edgar Crespo of Stratford, along with Donnie James and Francisco Ayala, both of Bridgeport. Avelo Airlines blames recent financial struggles at Tweed New Haven Regional Airport for the decision to run ICE deportation flights. Avelo CEO Andrew Levy said in an email to employees that the opportunity was too valuable not to pursue. Levy's email also indicated that Avelo's business in New Haven has suffered recently, partially because of competition from Breeze Airways. Avelo will start running the ICE flights out of Arizona next month. 7 Walgreens pharmacy locations in Connecticut will permanently close between April 21st and May 22nd. The company said while the decision to close is never easy, increased regulatory and reimbursement pressures make it difficult to cover the costs of rent, staffing, and supply needs. NBC Connecticut reported the closing pharmacies are in Milford, Waterbury, Middletown, New Britain, East Hartford, New Milford, and East Haven. And according to a press release from Governor Ned Lamont's office, the victory parade and rally in downtown Hartford that was to celebrate the NCAA championship win by the UConn Women Huskies basketball team for Saturday will be rescheduled to Sunday, April 13th at 1 due to a high chance of rain in the forecast. The parade will step off at 1 on Sunday the 13th from the State Capitol building at the intersection of Trinity and Elm Streets, go on to Jewel Street, Trumbull Street, and finally ending at the intersection of Asylum Street and Trumbull Street. The rally will begin at approximately 1:30 p.m. outside the main entrance of the XL Center. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is only slightly easier. The Wilbur Cross southbound residual delays through Hampton from an earlier problem that's been cleared. 95 southbound jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and overnight, generally fair with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high again near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, Milford, Stratford, Bridgeport, Fairfield, Westport, Southport, Wilton, New Canaan, all those areas that I'm not allowed to be in. It's beyond the coverage of my ankle monitor. I'm kidding. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Boy, two big topics today on the national front here. The tariff thing, the timeout called by Mr. Trump at about 1:30, in case you're just joining us and you say, hey, what the heck happened here? Why did the markets go up today? Well, around 1:30, the president said he's calling a timeout on everybody but China, or as he likes to say, China. And said, listen, we're going to hold off on the tariffs for 90 days, 70-plus countries said they want to negotiate. That's good. He blinked. But that's okay. That's okay. That old song, right? Kenny Rogers, you got to know when to hold him and know when to fold him. And today he folded a little bit. I think nothing wrong with that. I think he just didn't want, and I don't think he's lying about the 70-something countries, but you need just a little bit of a timeout. Get the markets on an upswing again. Get people back in and buying. Listen, I'm sure Howard Lutnick and Scott Bessent, his two top financial guys, told him, sir, let's, But it could have been all Trump, too. But again, here's my point. Even for the Trump loyalists out there, nothing wrong with a little blink. So take a breath. Take a breath. Back when boxing was big, back when they had 15-round fights, you weren't throwing haymakers for 15 rounds. Some rounds you went out there, danced, and played a defensive game. So there's that, and then there's continued fallout here in Connecticut by members of the General Assembly and the governor and the attorney general or whatever regarding Avelo Airlines, and they're all upset that, hey, we give Avelo these state subsidies, I guess, on taxes and the fuel tax or whatever. We don't want them maybe getting these subsidies and flying these deportation flights. So a lot of folks weighing in on both on the radio at 203-333-9422 on the phone, I should say, or texting at that same number, and or email. This email here, hi, Paul, it would have been better if the markets didn't move at all. That would have sent a clearer message to Trump. Maybe. I see what that person is saying. Maybe now that's not a good thing because what it does is it maybe emboldens his power. I don't know. Hi, Paul. Will the Avelo issue affect all airlines that transport migrants that self-deport on whatever airline they choose? Bill, it's a good question. I don't know. And you wonder now if there are other people who are critics of the White House policy here looking at Connecticut saying, hey, maybe my state should give whatever airline, operates in my city or state. You never know. Maybe we should turn the screws on them as well. This person writes in, hi, Paul, please don't make the Democrats stop. This is free campaign messaging for the Republican Party. I hope they keep it up all the way to the midterms. Well, like I said, I think it was yesterday, it's going to be the midterm messaging, and even into 2028 is going to be interesting, because even if the economy is rough, you know what the Republicans are going to say? Hey, you notice how secure the border's been lately. They're going to say that. That's going to be the messaging. Now, will it happen? Will it help or not? I don't know. And this person, Ron Anavello, it's completely wrong for William Tong to go after a company not doing anything illegal. They just so happen not to agree with his political party's belief. Yeah, that's it. Now, again, in defense of Mr. Tong and in defense of the Democrats here in the state, even though I don't agree with them, they would say, well, you know what, wait a minute. If we don't want to help someone that may be doing immoral things and breaking the law, maybe. But again, I fear, and I'm being sincere about this. I'm not trying to do this for any sort of effect. I fear that there might be more than a few folks in Hartford who might say, you know what? Blancavello. Screw them. If they go out of business, too bad. In fact, that's something that we might like.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like, give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's, let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code QUICK to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code QUICK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code QUICK for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound over an hour, Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is only slightly easier. The Wilbur Cross southbound residual delays through Hampton from an earlier problem that's been cleared. 95 southbound jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. On the edge across the WICC traffic.
Partly cloudy this evening and overnight with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
On your laptop, on your smart speaker, and even on your radio. No matter where or how you listen, you've got Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, tell your friends about us. 600 AM, 95.9 FM, WICC, with you Monday through Friday. Connecticut Today, 2 to 6. By the way, voiceofct.com if you want to stream us. And if for some reason you want to watch me do the show, if you want to look at me and go, my God, that's what he looks like? Jeez, try a salad, Paul. No, you can go to, Chris liked that one. You can go to Twitch, twitch.tv and search for WICC, or go to our YouTube page, WICC. And if you go there, you can click on the live button and watch me do the show. And again, you can look at me and go, that's him? Forget that. Luis is here on WICC. Hey, Luis, how are you, sir?
Thank you, Paul. Hey, so question is, so they're upset because Avelo's going to do this. But listen, business is business. You got to keep your doors open. Money is money, right? As long as they say that they're not doing illegal things,
yeah,
I'm for it, okay? The only thing that will get me upset is if the people that they're deporting get a ticket faster than I can get a ticket. Because sometimes I try to book with Avelo, and I got to wait like 3 months to get a ticket. So as long as they don't take priority over me, I'm good with it.
I like that, Luis. You were thinking. I like the creativity there. That was good, Luis. I like that. Yeah.
But no, I mean, they need to make money. You know, their employees need to eat. You know, it's got to happen one way or the other one. If not this company, another company is going to do it. Better Connecticut, bring the money back in from the. You know, I don't see why it's not.
And you know what, Luis? You know what? If I'm Avelo's attorneys, I go to the feds and say, please, for the love of God, make sure that all the people you're going to put on our planes are legally supposed to be deported. In other words, don't deport, don't make the mistakes, Luis, because we don't want to be connected with a mistake. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Luis, thank you,
right,
and I love the joke. You see that? To the point of possible mistakes here. Got a very nice text here from, hold on. This is from Andrea. Hi, Paul. Regarding Avelo, while I disagree with strong-arming businesses by threatening to pull benefits from the government, Trump set the precedent for this as standard operating policy. Have you forgotten his monetary sanctions on businesses, educational institutions, legal firms, and more? This is not a Connecticut job issue, nor is it a CT loves illegals issue. It's a national problem. I happen to be against Avelo flying people out of the country because the federal government is not respecting the right to due process. The text continues. How many people have been expelled when there's no evidence to validate it? And I agree with you there. That should not happen. Then the response is, oopsie, well, we can't get them back. There's at least one well-publicized example of that. It strains credulity to believe that that's a singular event. When the federal government follows the rule of law, then I'll believe that Avelo's business decision is legal. Okay, fair enough. Absolutely. Hi, Paul. They put more lives in jeopardy roads, making pot legal. We have a crappy judicial system with no backbone to put away outright criminals. Now they want to tell a business who they can do business with. They are ruining this once great state. It's emotional, too. And listen, when things like this happen, what I think we need to do is, no matter what side of the aisle you're on here, take a step back, and I don't mean to be pedantic here, but take a step back and say, this is really interesting. Forget the politics for just a second. And I know it's hard, but forget the politics and look into, there's nothing wrong with looking at the morals here. In other words, if a government, if a state, if a city, if a country is going to give tax benefits to someone, and they go ahead and do something that is patently legal, but it's something that lawmakers don't like, is that a valid concern? Now, you know what I say, morals, is it legal or not? That's just me. But I think this, again, is one of those, they like to say, teachable moments. I guess we'll do that. Charles and Danbury's with us. Hi, Charles. How are you?
Hey, how are you doing? To the 2 points, I agree with, I think Dan Hart said it real well. I mean, I see both sides of the issue, but at the end of the day, I mean, they're not breaking any laws. So, I mean, William Tong really has no business speaking his mouth like that. So, and to the tariffs, and Trump.
Yeah.
I'm glad either the two people you mentioned hopefully they talked to him, or maybe it was his voice in his head that talked to him. But something got through to him that said, all right, I think I need to put a pause to this. So I'm just thankful for that, and I hope maybe you hope that it's a learning experience for him, that maybe this isn't going to work out. But I did hear, I don't know if it was earlier today or yesterday, he was on one of his campaign or, festivals, or what do you call it? I don't know. But he just said to the crowd, he's kind of belittling these countries, like, oh, they're coming to us and they're begging, please, please. And it's like,
I know.
Have some grace and have some class. It's just another example of his ridiculous behavior and, ruining whatever relationships we've had with the world. So that's a whole nother thing. But in the meantime, and when it comes to money, and I'm just glad that the voices got to him, and we'll see what happens in 90 days. Hopefully this doesn't happen again. Thanks, Paul.
Hey, Charles, thanks. Appreciate it. But now the question becomes, what happens over the next 90 days? And if, for example, you're a business, small or large, that has foreign suppliers, I'm seeing this now. This is the meme, if you will, the talking point here. Well, let's not turn cartwheels over this, because this is all going to come about, and now you have businesses who own, well, my God, I never had to buy my supplies like this. So do I buy a year's worth of stuff, for example, because of what might happen in 90 days? I don't know. Look, you know what? God bless people who run businesses. Really, I'm dead serious about that. Not trying to be, pandering here, but geez, I mean, with payrolls and with supplies and with the rent and with taxes. And with utilities, I mean, my God, God bless you people. Really, really. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let's see. Nope, can't read that text. Nope. Now that we've started doing the text, I've learned, scan the text before you read it. Let me see. And we do that. Politicians, probably for the past 4 years, have complained about fair trade. I'm not sure why we're getting mad at the politicians. Shouldn't we be mad at the countries that have been ripping us off? And again, this is what I mean by one benefit of the Trump sledgehammer, right? I mean, seriously, prior to him being elected again and talking about this, did anybody ever have any serious discussion about the trade deficit? It would come up every so often, but hey, whatever. People were feeling good, okay. But you had these experts who kept saying, if we tried to even this stuff out a little bit, you'd get jobs back here, you'd get tax revenues, maybe. So they love to say teachable moment in the literati of the media, so maybe this should be this, go online. It's got hey, when did this become a problem here? The same thing with, like I said, the same thing with immigration, the same thing with Russia and Ukraine, the same thing with a lot of other, topics here. One thing I have admired about the Trump years, I don't love everything he does, but one thing I have admired is, and maybe this is a character fault of him, maybe this has something to do with his upbringing or whatever, the propensity of him to go after stuff that a lot of people never would go after in government. Now, the way he does it, believe me, some days I just sit there and go, oh, God, just please, scalpel, not a sledgehammer, because the sledgehammer leaves a lot of collateral damage. Scalpel's cleaner. Yeah, but you know what people say? But it takes longer with a scalpel. All right, let's put a capper on this here on a, what is this, Wednesday? Traffic and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound over an hour Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway is only slightly easier. The Wilbur Cross southbound residual delays through Hampton from an earlier problem that's been cleared. 95 southbound jamming through Long Wharf into West Haven. And then across the WICC traffic.
For this evening and overnight, generally fair with a low near 32. Partly sunny tomorrow. A few scattered showers arriving later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Friday afternoon rain with a high again near 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune in to that garden guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, that garden guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Our financial system is cracking under pressure. Your retirement is at risk. Take control now. Lear Capital is offering a free Sky High Silver Report and Precious Metals IRA guide at betternestegg.com. Don't leave your future to chance. Go to betternestegg.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Yeah, news coming up top of the hour. Our great programming continues, of course. Eric Erickson at 10 tonight. And overnight, we got the Red Eye Radio guys. And then she starts it all tomorrow morning at 5. Melissa in the morning right here on WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online at voiceofct.com. Don't forget Lars Larson at 7. I'm sure Lars and Eric Erickson will have a lot to say about the national scene. Let's close on this, shall we? Let me leave you with something to smile about. If you are not necessarily if you golf, but if you watch professional golf on television with any sort of interest, maybe you just watch the majors, maybe you're a guy or gal who plays a lot and you watch the Golf Channel and the Live Tour and the PGA, whatever. We'll leave you with this. It's Masters Week again at Augusta, Georgia, right? Arguably the toughest ticket in all of sports, they say. And once again, I have friends who send out a meme on social media, the Masters concession list. Do you know this? Now, if you're a golf fan, you know this. The Masters, that could charge anything for food. Here's their menu again this year. Egg salad sandwich, $1.50. Pimento cheese sandwich, $1.50. Barbecued pork, which like at a ball game is $12-15. It's $3 at the Masters. The Masters Club sandwich, $3. Isn't that great? Breakfast served till 10 a.m. Coffee, $2. A big chicken biscuit, $3. A blueberry muffin, $2. This is great. A beer at the Masters, $6, as opposed to what, 12 or 15 at Citi Field or Yankee Stadium or Fenway Park? About that. An imported beer, $6. So there you go. So as you watch the Masters over the next 2 or 3 days, understand that those people who can afford to get into the Masters paid $1.50 for an egg salad sandwich. How's that? Chris, thank you. Andrew Krause on traffic. Paul Piork on the weather forecast. Thank you. Thank you, folks. We're back tomorrow at 2.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump has paused some tariffs and the markets rejoiced, but analyst Michael Farr says it's just temporary.
This is just another page in an ongoing story. So hang on to your champagne corks for now.
The Dow soared 3,000 points higher. The Nasdaq was 12% up. Kelly O'Grady of Money Watch.
You are seeing investor relief because the fact that we have a pause means that
that the tariffs that went into effect at 12/01, it's not as severe for companies right now. And there's room for negotiation. There's room for deal making and for things to change in the future.
CBS's Linda Kenyon at the White House.
The president says it wasn't a snap decision.
This was something certainly we've been talking about for a period of time, and we decided to pull the trigger.
By doing so, Trump says his tariffs on most nations will be paused for 90 days while